A very good morning to everyone present here, our esteemed guests, respected faculty members, and dear students. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all to today's distinguished gathering. I, Ritvik, from BTech Information Technology, along with my co-host Sanvi from Computer Science and Business Systems, am honored to introduce an exceptional lineup of speakers, each renowned for their own expertise and remarkable contributions in their respective fields. For our first speaker of the lineup, I would like to invite Dr. Pantelis, who is an assistant professor at Queen's University Belfast. He holds a diploma in chemical engineering and MSc in applied mathematics from NTU Athens and a PhD in modeling and control of biological systems. His research focuses on numerical optimization, model predictive control, and applications in autonomous vehicles and smart network. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Pantelis to address this gathering. We are honored to have you here.
So just give me a minute for the presentation to be transferred here.
Yeah. Dr. Pantelis is in the PA. Yeah.
Thank you very much for being here. So my talk is focusing on a type of intelligence that is a little more tangible. It is at the interface between physical systems and computational or cyber systems. So the talk is focusing on collision avoidance, which is an enabling technology for autonomous driving. Without further ado, this is the outline of my talk. I'll start with some high-level motivation. I'll say a few words about the approach we're following here. Then I'll discuss our methodology for collision avoidance, which revolves around nonlinear model predictive control. I'll explain what this is. And then I'll show you some simulation results, but also a demonstration on an actual vehicle in collaboration with a company. So the objective, first of all, is to avoid collisions while driving a vehicle. I think we have some music in the background. Right, so this is one part of the objective. The second one is for whatever algorithm we come up with to be embeddable. That is, for us to be able to run it, not on a computer, not to say on a high-performance computing system, but on a tiny device, an embedded device, like an ESP32. And secondly, we need the algorithm to be real-time capable. We need it to be easy enough to run on this device and to have a small memory footprint. The state of the art now in collision avoidance is there is a tendency to treat vehicles and obstacles as points or as circles. So you take points and you try then to keep a distance from your vehicle and the other vehicle, and you treat everything as circles. And there is a problem with this approach. I will explain. So if you treat your vehicle as a point and a safe distance around it, you're leaving a lot of empty space around your vehicle. So two vehicles cannot share a lane, or cannot be in adjacent lanes, for example. An obvious remedy to this is to approximate your vehicle with multiple circles, and people have done this. But then you run into the problem that your vehicle is 3 circles, every other vehicle is 3 circles, so you have too many circles, you have a very high complexity. You need to do computations with a lot of, these approximations. And then you end up having an algorithm that behaves beautifully in simulations, but you can never run it on a very small scale computer on an autonomous vehicle. So these are challenges we need to be aware of when designing a collision avoidance system. So the approach we're following here, we said, okay, what is a circle really? It is the locus of points that have a constant distance from the center point, right? If we can change now the definition of a distance from the Euclidean distance to another one, we'll come up with different shapes. So if you use, instead of your Euclidean distance, you use this thing here called the P norm. The difference is that you change the square with an exponent P, and this P is above 2. So as P becomes 3, 4, and so on, your shape goes from a circle, well, actually that's an ellipsoid because we've scaled it a little bit, to something that looks more rectangular. And this is a geometry that is smooth, if you like, in a sense, and tries to approximate the natural shape of a vehicle, which is pretty much rectangular. So we define this P norm, and with this P norm we can define both circles, generalized circles with this distance. And then we can scale these shapes, and we can rotate them. We can scale them with a scaling matrix S, and we can rotate them with a rotating matrix R. So we can approximate any vehicle in any orientation in space. So this is the machinery we'll be using to approximate both our vehicle and any other vehicle or obstacle on the street. And now when it comes to collision avoidance, the approach we're following, we're trying to separate convex shapes. So we're saying two shapes, our vehicle and another one, like these here, separate. If there is, imagine a fence that separates them, like this, a grain line. But now to make this a little more mathematical and come up with a formula regarding what this means, we say, you see, on the left-hand side, we have separation because there is a separating fence. On the right-hand side, there is no separation exactly because there is no such separating line. Now, the next step, to formalize this a little bit more, we're saying that two shapes separate if and only if their shadows separate. And their shadows on a plane, and this plane is perpendicular to the separating fence. So if I put a piece of paper, a red piece of paper there, and I shed some light from the top, so you see that the two shadows are separate, and this means exactly that the two shapes are separate. On the right-hand side, on the other hand, there is no way you can put a wall and shed light and then have two separate shadows. The shadows will overlap. And now, to write this down, to convex set our disjoint, or it means we have no collision, right? If and only if there is a separating direction, this is a direction of this red line. And this means that, what does it mean for this to be separate? It means that as you move to the right on this red line, the maximum point of one shadow is strictly less than the minimum point that you meet, the first point that you meet on the second shadow. The maximum of the values of the shadow, which are this linear function here, A transpose X, when X is part of the vehicle on the left, is less than, well, this is this point, the minimum of the shadow on the right. And if this happens, then the sets are disjoint. So the next thing we'll try to do here is have a simple algebraic expression for this maximum and this minimum. And it's worth noting here that this is a well-known function in convex analysis. This is called the support function. Support functions fully characterize convex sets. You can study a convex set using nothing but its support function. If you know this, you know anything about the convex set and vice versa. Right. Now, a few things about these separating directions and the support function. First of all, there is no single separating direction. You can take any direction. You can take this A, you can take this A prime. All these would actually work to separate these two sets. In fact, the set of all separating directions forms a cone, as you see here, the green area. So you can take any direction in this area and it works. We need an easy way to find, we need an easy closed form way to find such separating directions. And here it goes. So again, we define the support function. And the good news is that if you select your convex set to be simple enough, if you take it to be, let's say, a ball of the Euclidean norm or of the P norm, or if you take it to be a rectangle and so on, you have a nice closed form formula. In fact, if you take it to be the ball of the P norm, the formula is just the support function of A is the Q norm of A. And Q can be determined by this equation here. So Q and P are called conjugate exponents. If you know P, you can find Q very easily. And the even better news is that not only do we have a simple closed form formula for the support function of the P norm, but we also have for the scaled and rotated P norm. And it is this formula, and there is nothing complicated about it. You just take the Q norm of a matrix times A plus a linear function here. So that's a norm plus linear function. Now, to just write down the final result, we have our vehicle called the ego vehicle, denoted by E, and we have some other vehicle V, which we want to avoid. Then the obstacle avoidance condition, the one I showed you before, one shadow being less, the maximum point of one shadow being less than the minimum point of the other shadow, can be written like this. This plus this, we're going to write here, apologies, less than 0. And if you substitute the support functions, delta star, you end up with this algebraic now condition. So if you can find an A that satisfies this condition, then you have separated the two vehicles. Then you have no collision. Let's apply it now to an actual vehicle. So for in the context of this work, we're using a skid steer bulldozer, the one shown here. Her name is Mo, because the company used it as a mower. So Mo was one of the vehicles. Scoopy, for obvious reasons, was another one, and so on and so forth. We selected a simple dynamical model for this system, this dynamical model here. Let me explain the notation very quickly, first of all. The position of this vehicle, the position of the center of the vehicle, is denoted by C. The orientation in space, as in east, north, and so on, is denoted by theta. And V is the velocity of the vehicle. And this is the state. And what can we do to the vehicle? We can, we have an accelerator pedal, and this is, what is it? R, and S is the steering action. So we have a steering wheel, and we have an acceleration pedal, that's it. So altogether, we have these dynamical equations here. You see they're nonlinear, we have sines and cosines. This model has been verified, simple enough, yet it works. It describes well the dynamics of it. Now, to control the vehicle and have obstacle avoidance, we need to, let's say, combine the system dynamics and take into account the collision avoidance condition. Imagine you have your vehicle here, this is the start position, and you need to drive somehow, you don't know how exactly, and end up at this target position and orientation. So what you need to do here is, from the infinite number of possible trajectories, that lead you from the start point to the target point, you need to choose the one that avoids the obstacle and has a minimum. It minimizes a performance. That means to say the distance from the beginning to the end is minimal and the fuel consumption is minimal. So you're driving smooth and you're not moving around in circles endlessly until you find your target point. And let's say, for the sake of the argument, that your trajectory looks like this. So you're standing there and you're making a plan. Of course, things don't pan out as planned in life. So what you need to do here is just take the first action, move to the next point, and plan again. So this is really like playing chess. You think ahead 10 steps. You have a model of the game. You have modeled how the opponent plays, but you can only do one move at a time, and then observe how the opponent will actually play, which might diverge from what you had predicted. So you take this one step further and you plan again. And again, you take one step of this planned trajectory and you apply. This is model predictive control. And it comes with a number of also theoretical guarantees of stability and avoidance of obstacles. Of course, you must be wondering where are the equations. I'm happy to oblige. So here they are. At the end of the day, you're minimizing a cost function subject to some constraints. Let's examine them very quickly. So the cost function you're minimizing is one where you're planning a trajectory, you're planning your actions, you're planning your control actions at time 0, time 1, up to a future time n-1, and you predict that these control actions will generate states, positions, and orientations at time 0, time 1, at discrete times 0, 1, 2, 3, up to the future horizon n. The bigger, the better. And you're minimizing there the distance. So this stage cost function can measure the distance from your destination, the distance, if you like, from the target orientation, and whatever else you like. It can also penalize actuation. It can penalize how much you use the acceleration pedal, how much fuel you use, so you can try to minimize fuel consumption and so on and so forth. And then there is a terminal cost function that penalizes the achievement of your objective. So at the end of the horizon, am I where I should be? And you tend to penalize this a lot heavier. So if this is like at the order of magnitude 1, this can be at the order of magnitude of 1,000. And you take into account, when you do this minimization, the system dynamics. So you cannot have a model that predicts that the vehicle will just move sideways. This cannot happen. There are some physics underlying there. You say that there are some maximum actuation limits. You cannot accelerate or decelerate more than something. And you have your collision avoidance constraint, of course. Now, the scheme we're following here is a scheme that tries to address the fact that we're trying to solve a complicated, large, non-convex optimization problem, and we have limited resources. So you can solve this just fine on your computer. Maybe it will take 10 minutes, but you can solve it. You cannot do the same on a small, very small computer on your vehicle. So the idea is that you split this in two. You have a fast control system that reacts very quickly to changes in the environment, and you have a more high-level optimizer that gives you paths. It tells you how to move, more or less. And you know what? This is really how we drive as humans. We think that we need to turn there right, and this happens slowly. But then if, I don't know, someone jumps in the middle of the street, we'll push the brakes without thinking more. So we have at least two modes of thinking, a fast and a slow one. So the fast one here runs at 10 hertz, but it cannot afford to take into account your collision avoidance constraints because they're more complicated. And the the high-level control systems runs slower. It runs at 1 hertz, once a second, which is quite slow. And it gives you a collision-free paths. Measurements come in from the from the GPS, the GNSS system, and from the LiDAR. These are filtered, combined, and so on, so the controller knows where you are. And then it commands your throttle and your steering action. So this is the control system. At the high level now, as I said before, you do take into account your collision avoidance constraints. And these are, I copied and pasted from before. At every time instant t of your predicted horizon, you impose the collision avoidance constraint. And because we have plenty of directions A that would work, we decided to limit this somewhat, and we're saying, okay, look for a direction A on the unit sphere. So we're saying, just give me a direction A that has a norm 1. This will just suffice. So this is the high-level control system that runs at 1 Hz. And at the low-level control system, now we're trying to trace the path generated by the high-level. And we're doing a little trick here. We have 2 focal points. One is that we're trying just to trace the trajectory itself, the whole of it. So this is this first part. We're trying to be as close as possible to the path generated by the high-level control system. But the second one is that we're trying to give additional emphasis to a point that is a little further ahead of our in our horizon. Let's say you take 2 or 3 seconds ahead of you, and you're trying to follow this point. You're trying to focus a little more on this point. So the idea behind this is that when you're driving, if someone tells you take a right turn, you usually don't focus right in front of the car, nor do you try to trace an entire trajectory in your mind. You keep your mind close to the corner, to the turning point, which is slightly ahead of you. So this is a slightly higher emphasis there. And to solve this problem, we use our own solver, which is called Open. It stands for Optimization Engine. It is particularly designed for model predictive control problems. It is around an order of magnitude faster than other solvers like IPOpt, which is commonly used in practice. And it has an interface in Python. You write your code in Python, but then the solver generates Rust code. Rust is not a very well-known programming language. It is at the level of C++, so it is fairly high level. But at the same time, it gives you headaches when you try to compile. It tends to not compile, but when it does, your compilation comes with mathematical guarantees. You know that if your code has compiled, you will have no memory errors. You will have no stack overflow. You will have no segmentation faults. It is safe code that you can actually put on your car or on any system that is safety critical. The solver is designed in such a way that doesn't require lots of memory. It has a very low memory footprint. It is probably memory safe, as I said, and there is a nice interface in Python. So as a user or as a designer, you would write your problem statement pretty much as you see it written on paper. You would do this in Python. Then you generate some code in Rust, and this code in Rust uses our solver engine. And then you have your optimizer, and you can call it either from Python directly, or we have C++ bindings. Now we've also made ROS bindings, so you can take this and put it in your robot operating system. And we even open a server, TCP server socket server. So you can call it from any other programming language. It is really easy to use. The problem template that we have in Open is this. It is you minimize a cost function f. It can be anything. U is the decision variable. You may have some constraints on U directly, and you have some additional constraints that can be equality constraints like this, something equals 0, or it can be inclusion constraints, something belongs to a set. It can be less than equals 0, it can be belongs to a ball, and so on and so forth. Now, of course, the question, this begs the question, how do you map the problems like this to the template of Open? I will not go into details, but if you go to the software documentation, you can find plenty of examples, and there is not a single way, not a unique way in which you can do this. So time for some results and demonstration. First of all, we tested this in simulations. The runs are on, actually we did the simulations on the embedded device to make sure everything works as expected. We used super ellipsoids with p equals 3, so this means that they're sufficiently rectangularly shaped. The vehicle dimensions is 4 meters by 2.2 meters. What else? And we have here a horizon of 40 for the high-level controller and 100 for the low-level. And the focal point, the extra focal point for the low-level one is at 20 steps. And this is a simulation with multiple obstacles. So here you're trying to drive through this narrow lane. There is hardly any margin on the left and right. This would be impossible had we used, of course, circular approximations. And you have an additional vehicle here. And you see that from various initial positions and orientations. So if you start from here, for example, the solver tells you you have to do this, and you go to your target position and orientation. Interestingly, if you start from here, just the vehicle, see what it does. It goes here, and then it moves in reverse and goes to the target destination. It just decides to do that, which is, we found it was quite interesting. We, in fact, forced it to move forwards, but the solution was suboptimal. Indeed, it consumes less fuel and it goes faster to the destination if it just goes in reverse. And this is not a big deal about when it comes to bulldozers, because the top part very often can just turn around. It doesn't really matter. And these are solver times. You see we are far below the maximum allowed time. This is the median value here in the middle, so it takes around 0.5 seconds to solve the high-level problem, the difficult one, and it takes around more or less 1 millisecond to solve the low-level problem, which is quite remarkable. It really takes it never took more than 15 milliseconds for the low-level problem. Now we actually implemented this on an actual vehicle. I'll show you a video in a moment. And the vehicle could navigate without any issues. I'm showing you times again here. So it was the 95th percentile of high-level control of the high-level controller was 0.18 seconds, 185 milliseconds, and for the low-level controller it was 6.4 milliseconds. So it's really very fast, and neither of the two controllers ever reached the maximum allowed time. And here is a simulation, but I'll show you a video actually of this same, sorry, that's a demonstration. The vehicle starts from here and moves to the target point up here. And these are the control actions. This is the throttle and the spin. The reason why you see these spikes is because of hydraulic hysteresis. So because everything there is controlled by hydraulic system, and they use on these bulldozers some plastic pipes to transfer to send out the pressure there. There was slight expansion and contraction, and this is what causes this this jitter here. But everything vibrates like crazy on a bulldozer, so this is not anything significant anyway. Now I'll click this link here to show you a little video. Just 1 minute. So this is a visualization from the company's app, so the user can see this. And imagine in COVID times, they used this to operate and do works remotely. So the operator, the driver, would work from home. and that's an obstacle for safety reasons. While testing things, we didn't put an actual obstacle there. We put a constructed one, a fictional one. And these are the results I showed you before. So that's the end of my, wait, that's an actual video. You see the LiDAR, what blinks here at the top is the LiDAR. Next to it, you have a GNSS antenna, and there is a GNSS antenna in the back as well. And that's how we could tell the orientation of the vehicle rather than using a compass, because compasses tend to act out in the industry because of the strong magnetic fields around. Right, so just to summarize very quickly, this was an application of nonlinear model predictive control for collision avoidance on an actual vehicle, which we demonstrated both in simulations and in reality. What we proposed, we call it the super ellipsoid model method. So we call these shapes super ellipsoids. And next steps here, we're now working with more flexible geometries that are not convex. I'm currently working with some shapes called affine varieties that can be a lot more arbitrary. And one of the next steps will be dynamic, as in moving, uncertain, and non-convex obstacles. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have to ask any question related to the session?
Just for interest, because it's not my topic. So I know there are some car brands that have self-driving systems, autonomously driving systems. I guess they would also need some kind of obstacle avoidance, or is it more like a danger recognition and then a braking system that brakes fast enough, or how do they work in comparison to what you did?
Right, we don't exactly know. And we know in some cases what they use. So we know Tesla, for example, uses reinforcement learning, and it has proven adequate, at least in practice. The difference between reinforcement learning, which is kind of the industry standard, and model predictive control is that reinforcement learning depends on the training data. So if the system has never encountered a certain terrain, a certain geometry, then there is the risk it will collide, let's say. Okay, and of course, companies put a lot of effort in finding good data so that they train reinforcement learning well enough so that this doesn't happen. But with model predictive control, you don't need that. You have guarantees actually that you have no collisions. But this comes at the expense that you need to solve the optimization problem. So you need a good solver. So yeah, that was the contribution of this work in a way. So we're demonstrating that MPC actually works for this problem.
So would your system be fast enough to be implemented on a car, for example, in comparison to the machine that you used?
Yes, with a footnote there that on this bulldozer we had a good hardware. We used the Jetson TX2, which can also run on a vehicle. But yes, the companies, the car makers need to take this into account when they design the vehicle. They need to put sufficiently powerful hardware.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a very insightful session. As part of Amity's tradition, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Wangwei Sharda to felicitate Dr. Pantelis with a Tulsi sapling and a memento. I would like to invite Dr. Monica ma'am and Professor Dr. Veenu ma'am as well to please felicitate Dr. Pantelis with the Tulsi Sapling and a moment.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please? So the next speaker, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Sean McLoone. Dr. Sean McLoone is Director of the Center for Intelligent Autonomous Manufacturing Systems at Queen's University Belfast, a pioneer in autonomous robotics and founding member of Robo-Iran. His research focuses on intelligent systems, including system identification, fault diagnosis, statistical process control, AI-driven learning algorithms, and optimization. With strong industry collaboration, his work advances process motoring, control, and time series prediction. Dr. McLoone serves on several professional committees, is associate editor of transactions of the Institute of Measurement and Control, and sits on the editorial board of engineering applications of artificial intelligence. His research has been cited over 8,900 times with an Edge index of 46, reflecting his significant impact in the field. So I now invite you to please share.
Good morning. So I think I can get started. So thank you for the very kind introduction. And actually, before I start my talk, I wanted just to note my thanks to the Amity staff and students who've been looking after us so well over the last few days. We feel very privileged to have the opportunity to come here, and the kindness that you show us is unparalleled. So thank you very, very much. For those of you who maybe were in attendance yesterday, you'll be aware that the Queen has signed an MOA with Amity. That is opportunities to spend part of your time at Amity and part of your time at the Queen's University of Belfast. And if you're interested in finding out a little bit more about that, there will be a session later today that I think for an interactive session with myself and Pantelis to discuss and tell you a little bit more about Queen's. But in the interest of time, I'm going to just go straight into my talk today, which I entitled AI-enabled predictive modeling from soft sensing to human-robot collaboration. And for those of you who've been seen me talk before, you'll see there's quite a lot of overlap, because essentially what I'm going to do is take you through my journey. As you probably can tell, I've been around for quite a few years at this stage. So I've been on the AI bandwagon and the AI road for quite a few years. So I'm going to take you through some of the early work up then to the latest work that we have. And you'll probably have seen this diagram before, which sort of is my interpretation of the history of AI, which runs back now over 80 years, starting with the invention of the first neuron models in about the 1940s. I'm not going to enter it in detail, but I just want to highlight 2 or 3 turning points, real milestones in the development of AI. The first one was the development of multi-layer perceptron neural network training algorithm called the backpropagation training algorithm, which was actually first developed in 1974, but became popularized and widely known from about 1986 onwards. And that was the first big breakthrough in the sense of being able to train neural networks that could actually do useful things. So there was a wave of innovation activity then basically in the early 90s. And that's really where my journey started in AI. I finished my undergraduate studies in 1992 and did a PhD then in machine learning algorithms for training algorithms for modeling and control applications. So I've been on the AI road since about the mid 90s, and I'm going to report to you some of the works that I've been engaged with, and some of my team have been engaged with over the years, all the way up then to the deep learning turning point, which was in 2012 when the first big breakthrough came in training deep models. That again set the path for a lot of activity in AI since 2012 onwards, and now we're all living through the next turning point in AI. The ChatGPT became mainstream in about 2023, and ever since then there's been huge excitement, and now there's been an exponential growth in AI activity and applications. And what I'm going to end my talk with is basically talk a little about where I think, based on sort of others more informed than I am, but I will give my opinion based on some sort of evidence provided by others of where we think AI is going in the future. So, as a first example, my first sort of interaction with AI was about the 90s. So this is 1995, was a project I was involved in that was working with a local company that made Lycra, which is the stretchy material in tracksuit bottoms. And that's a polymer fiber that is mixed in a container called a continuous stir tank reactor. And the viscosity or the stretchiness of the fiber that is coming out of the reactor is determined by the viscosity of the polymer, which is determined by the rate which you stir the tank at. Now, at the time we were working with the company, the approach that they had for working out if the viscosity was right was there was a lab technician who would take a sample of the material, run off to the laboratory, and then do some calculations, and maybe about 30 minutes later come back and say it's too viscous or not viscous enough, and then the operator will make a manual adjustment to the speed of the stir. So, for those of you who have studied control, you should realise that delays are control engineers' worst nightmare. It really destabilises the system and leads to bad performance. So they charged us with the problem of, can we come up with a way to directly measure viscosity? Now the problem is you can get sensors to measure viscosity, but the nature of the polymer is very sticky, so the sensors only last a few weeks and then would fail. So this were impractical sensing methods, but they wanted to infer the measurements, because with the physical knowledge of the problem, they kind of realised that how difficult it is to stir is an indirect measure of how viscous the material is. So if it's very runny, it'll stir more easily. Very sticky and viscous, then it's going to take more effort to stir it. That information basically is the torque being applied to the motor, or the current that basically drives the motor. So what we did was we developed a neural network model, at the time with a multi-layer perceptron neural network model, that took measurements, historical measurements over time of the speed of the motor and its torque, which we inferred from its current, and then built a model to predict what the viscosity of the polymer was from that particular series of data. And that was the reason I highlight this example. This from our group in Queens is the first real world problem solved with machine learning, and it actually turned out to be really, really effective at predicting viscosity, because there's a very strong link, as you would expect, between the effort to turn the tank, the stir in the tank, and the viscosity of the material. So it had very, very good results. Interestingly, initially they didn't trust the results. So what happened initially in the company was they ran the software, but they still waited for the lab measurement and then made a decision. And then after about 3 or 4 months, they realized that our measurements were very reliable. So they still went to the lab, but they never waited. They started taking actions manually based on the predictions. And then eventually, I think after about a year, they closed the loop automatically and used it as a closed loop system. So that was like our first journey from the machine learning become useful into practical industry problems. And like I said, that was around in 1995. More recently then, a similar problem statement, I've done a lot of work with semiconductor manufacturing companies in Ireland, and if you Google, you'll figure out which ones they are. There aren't so many, but I'd say one of the major players, and they had essentially the same problem statement, but in their situation, it was plasma etching. So a plasma is used to etch the material surface of a wafer, and they're interested in knowing the depth of the trench that's been produced by that etching process. The difficulty is measuring etch depth requires expensive measuring equipment, scanning electron microscopes. So they typically had a small number of those and then a large number of product to be tested on it. So they typically did a small number of samples from each batch. And also, it was often days or sometimes several days before they actually got the answer back whether this particular process did what it was supposed to do. So again, they were aware that there was indirect measurement that you could tap into. Specifically, if you use a plasma for etching, plasmas emit light, so the chemistry of the plasma is reflected in the color of the light or the wavelengths of the light. So for those of you who have heard of the northern lights or the aurora borealis, that pink and green hue you see in the atmosphere is from the oxygen and nitrogen in the air, and basically that's a plasma you see. And if you've heard of or have the good fortune to see the northern lights. So that idea basically is used by introducing what's called an optical emission viscosity sensor that then monitors the wavelength of the emitted light from the plasma, and that is an indirect indicator of the chemistry of the plasma and of the materials being etched off the surface. So we developed again a machine learning solution for that problem that had two components. The same kind of component we just presented in the previous slide about a model to make predictions from the variables. But the second challenge here, which is one of the big challenges with machine learning and indeed all modeling, is so-called feature selection. Because in this particular example, we had a large number of features. Typically, a spectrum would have 124 or 2048 wavelengths, and we typically would only have a limited amount of data. A particular run might only have, say, 150 samples. So you have many more variables than you have samples. So you have poorly or undefined or ill-posed problem. So you had to do careful variable selection in order to get stable and robust models. So we did a lot of work in that area in the mid to late 20s, and I'll just briefly mention then a sideline of that activity was we used the same approaches for feature selection for this X-ray problem to develop a methodology for dynamic sampling of the wafer surface. So etching is applied to a whole disk area. It would be 300 millimeters or something now even bigger wafers. So they're interested in how uniform the process is. So the normal way to do that is to measure a discrete number of sample points on the surface. And they had historically been doing that with 50 points around the wafer surface, but by analysing it using PSA and other methods, it was clear it was huge redundancy. So what we did is develop a framework for basically optimising the sampling locations. And in this example, is an example of real data from a process where they were measuring it 50 times, and we were able to show that with just 7 measurements, and then using soft sensing or virtual metrology models to reconstruct the other locations, we could get almost the same accuracy as a full set of measurements, but substantially speeding up the measuring time. So if you're interested in that sort of work, you'll note a few papers being quoted at the bottom of various slides, or you're welcome to talk to me again about it afterwards. Okay, so just another example then of the work we've done, and this was probably around 2010 or so. And this is work we did with a local injection molding company, and their products varied from the casings for inkjet cartridges, the plastic casings that comes in inkjet cartridges like Hewlett Packard and Epson and various others. But they also made the molds, for example, for car mirrors. For example, they worked with companies like Range Rover and so on. So the the plastic moldings for some of the parts for cars. So their challenge was that they were a relatively small company and had they had a limited number of expertise in modeling of polymer extrusion processes. And in order to bid for business, they might be bidding for lots of different products all the time, but only get a small fraction of the bids. So they didn't have the time or the expertise or justify the cost of getting very accurate predictions for how long it would take to produce the part. They do detailed CFD finite element type modeling analysis to determine for a particular part how long you need to leave it in the injection mold before it sets and is safe to get apart. So that's known as the cycle time, the length of time to produce one part. So they had to provide some kind of way to estimate that. And what they actually did in practice was the process engineer used the back of an envelope and sort of a sense of what happened was like similar projects in the past to make a guess of the cycle time, and then do a cost and then the cost of production embedded on that basis. So the challenge there was that if you overestimate and you bid too high a cost, then you won't get the business. But if you underestimate, then you have to deliver and actually might make a loss. So trying to find that sweet spot was a challenging thing. And they asked us, could we develop a machine learning model to essentially do the same thing? And that's exactly what we did. Again, we talked to the engineers, we found out the kind of parameters they were guided by in terms of their estimates, and then we collected that data for historical products where the actual cycle time had been determined by process optimization over production years. So we had the historical data at the true cycle time and the relevant drawing parameters like the thickness of particular walls in the part, the total volume of plastic, the thinnest part, the furthest distance from the injection point to the part in the mold. So a few parameters that you could read off drawings, and then you could plug them into a model and make predictions. And what I'm showing you here as an example is the performance and test data where we make predictions with our model, which is in red, and the actual predictions with the human process engineer are in blue. Now they're sorted so that in performance, some of the best predictions are on the left from our machine learning model, and the worst predictions on the right. So that's to help the visualization. And a few things to observe here. We are consistently much superior to the human. On average, the human error was around 20%, and our error was around 8%. But more significantly, if you look up here, you can see the mouse cursor here. I mean, the process engineer had a really particularly bad day on that occasion. So human error and human misjudgment can be a big factor in these things. So whatever the reason, they made a completely wrong estimate for that particular part. And you can see where we had really consistent performance with the machine learning model. I think that's one of the strengths of AI. I mean, the reason I put this example up is kind of the reason where people are really excited about AI solutions. If you get them to work, they will do the same thing all the time. And it's the repeatability and precision of AI compared to a human is substantial and it's attractive once you've got them working properly. Okay, one last example. I'm going to skip. I'm behind on time a little bit here, so I'll just briefly mention it. I did just another example, and again, we're now using techniques. This is work done about in the early deep learning era, so mid 2015s. We did work with local companies in load forecasting, and I guess there's a few messages I want to come from this slide. One is you don't automatically jump into deep learning. Deep learning does not solve all world problems, and CNNs and LLMs do not solve all the world's problems. They are good to look at whenever other solutions don't work, but you shouldn't automatically go with the sort of the biggest hammer you have in the toolbox. Your precision is much more effective. So we did a big study on different modelling techniques for forecasting the energy consumption of for Northern Ireland. So we're trying to predict how much power will be needed for a given day for the Northern Ireland population, which is just under 2 million people. And we looked at linear, traditional, nonlinear. These days we call them shallow neural networks. The kind of models have been presenting up to now, and also deep learning models. And what we found was that a well-designed shallow neural network was almost as competitive as a very powerful CNN or LSTM model. And they do outperform it. So it's difficult to see here in the graph. Out clearly. Here's the mouse. So the results are here, and they're zoomed in up here a little bit. So the best performing model here. This is the CNN model and the LASTM. Now the percentages are maximum errors, and these are percentage errors. So you're looking at maybe 0.5% improvement in accuracy, or even less than that. What thousands of times more compute effort required to get there. So you have to make an assessment: is the effort and compute power worth the extra performance gains? So that was the first kind of lessons we learned for the local company. Now this work is a little bit dated. Like I said, I think there are now better time series and predictor models. So I think we can do better. And the fact that we have a project at the moment looking at the latest transformer-based and attention-based models to see if they can outperform the CNN and STM architectures. But the other thing that we did in that piece of work, which is an important thing from the traditional machine learning, is ensemble-based predictions outperformed any individual model. So by using a collection of different models and then using what's called stacked ensemble prediction, that gives us the best overall performance. And we explored a range of them. So blue dashed line in the graph here is the best performing individual CNN model, I think it is. And you can sort of see that using a regression-weighted modeling output approach for ensemble modeling, we were able to achieve, in this case, a 10 megawatt reduction in the error. So there are many traditional machine learning concepts that are still equally valid now, even though we have CNNs and LSTMs. We shouldn't just go straight into the most complex stuff. It's important that have that foundation in statistical modeling, statistical machine learning, and the more traditional approaches to back you up before you just go straight into the deep learning models. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over. We did a lot of work more recently also on fault diagnosis, and I've spoken about this last time around. So I'll just skip it over for now. And the last piece I want to talk about today is the second half of my title, the work we've done on predictive modeling in the context of robotics and autonomous systems. We have quite a large group in our particular group that I used to be director of, the Energy Power Intelligence Control Group. We're now, I think, 8 strong academics that work in different aspects of control robotics and autonomous system. And my colleague Pantelis is in this group as well. So his talk is very much consistent with what I'm going to be saying over the next few slides. So we have a large group and we're working on a range of different areas. My particular focal point is around safe physical human robot collaboration. And the predictive modeling element of that there is using AI tools. So if you're doing human robot collaboration, if 2 humans are collaborating together, hopefully you can realize that we're very this natural synergy. After some interaction, you learn to predict and anticipate what the other person's going to do and move in advance. So if I'm going to hand you a pen, for example, and I start saying, "Oh, can you write down your phone number?" and I start handing it, you'll automatically start reaching your hand out. You don't wait till I fully extend my hand with the pen and then reach out. So there's a bit of anticipation, and that makes for a more natural and efficient interaction. So the research we're doing in our group is trying to sort of develop that capability in robots, basically using AI to make robots more intelligent. And there's 2 aspects of that: predicting the motion of the hands and other parts of the body, but also predicting what task or subtask the human is about to do. So we've done various bits of work around that area, and like I said, I'm not going to dwell on it today, other than just to mention that the kind of architectures we looked at for the predictive modeling was graph neural networks, graph convolution neural networks, because the graph framework is ideal for tracking and noting the relationship between joints. So we typically track the skeleton of the human in terms of joint locations and limbs. So obviously there's a physical connection between joints in the shoulder and the elbow and the hand. And the graph kind of framework is graph theory and graph structures are perfect to capture those sort of structural relationships. The other thing we did within this model, obviously, we're doing time series prediction, so the sequential modeling or LSTM type architectures are employed to capture that sequential information. But they also then have an attention mechanism to focus on different parts of the pose at different times. But we call it non-local because, interestingly, it's not just simply the joints all nearby that are related. Sometimes what you do with the other hand is relevant to what you're doing with this hand. So depending on the task, it may be quite distinct joints of the body will be the best predictors of what's going to happen next. So you need to pay attention not just locally, but non-locally in terms of the joints. So we again put in the tension mechanisms and tension head structured within the paradigms to do that. I'm going to skip over this slide because it's again about obviously the AI and machine learning models do the prediction, but we then need to basically take action with the robots. So the work in the group is I collaborate with Pantelis and also with others on the control aspects. That's their expertise. But essentially, you need to close the loop and basically take an action based on the AI predictions. And the non-NMPC framework that Pantelis outlined is a perfect framework for doing that. You can predict the model of what's going to happen in the future, number of steps into the future, and this paradigm is a perfect control paradigm to take that information into account. So I'm going to skip over this slide just in the interest of time, and then just move on to the last bit I want to talk about. The first work we did was just tracking the motion of the body and trying to predict things, but we quickly became aware that humans take a lot more information in than just what the hands are doing or what the body's doing. We take into account eye gaze, for example, and the objects we're interacting with. So the current work in the group is looking at essentially data fusion from different sources of data, help to better predict and understand the interaction. And so we have a pipeline where we have human gaze, hand movements, and object interactions. all calculated different modalities, and then using that with a deep learning framework then to make predictions. So I think I kind of indicated here, I mean, this is very much a multidisciplinary challenge, because human psychology is an important aspect. We need to have human-centric systems, which is a very important consideration in modern systems. You need to consider the psychology and the physiology of humans in all these interactions. So I have a colleague from the School of Physics who's a background in biomechanics for humans, but he also has a lot of knowledge of sort of how humans mentally think and interact in terms of motion. Okay, so just quickly to mention, the first piece of work we did in this area was to use something called pupil core for the eye trackage. You wear a particular set of glasses. Media pipe from Google Labs for the hand tracking, and then Euro type models for the scene interpretation. I mean, we did LSTM models, in fact, by LSTM models for prediction. But a very simple, at this time during COVID, this work was done, and we had the opportunity to do large experimental work. So we did very simple experiments with 1 or 2 PhD students, but verified that this was a plausible approach. But the one big challenge was that it's very inconvenient to measure, to be wearing these special glasses all the time. So one of the big pieces of work we've done over the last few years was to develop a computer vision approach to gaze estimation. So the cameras on the robot will be observing the human eyes and estimating where the gaze was just passively, essentially without the human having to do anything. And we developed a methodology called slick latent, which is heavily built around the latest developments in deep learning. Particularly, we use something called bootstrap your own latent features, which was an approach developed by DeepMind in 2020 to do a sort of a self-supervised learning step to extract optimal features for future prediction. Again, not going to go into the details here, but just to give you the basic concept of this approach. The basic idea here is how to get good features that are robust to the variances in scale, orientation, and other aspects of sort of poor quality images, maybe lower resolution or partly obstructed. We basically start with a set of examples, and then we create augmented versions of those images. Maybe I think it was 10 of each of those images, and then we randomly select any 2 of those augmented versions, and we run them 2 different pipelines. One pipeline takes one augmented image, and one takes the other. Now they should both give the same prediction because they're just 2 versions of the same image. But we train the models and basically compare the outputs, and using that approach, we have information we can use to adapt the weights of the models to find a set of features that are invariant to these basic transformations. So that's the basic concept of the BIOL approach that DeepMind proposed. We made a few modifications to it. We introduced a different cost function. We also introduced 3 parallel paths. We could focus around the eye. So we took an eye patch left and right, and then we took features from the whole face. So it was a richer set of input data that ultimately ends up with extracting a set of features that we then feed into a downstream processing model, which is a supervised learning model, where we had examples of actual eye gaze versus taken from both pupil core data versus the data from the images, and trained then fine-tuned parameters of essentially a multi-layer receptor type structure, feed-forward structure to make a prediction. And that work we published in the IEEE Transaction in Human Machine and Systems in June 2025. The work was done about a year and a half before that, but publishing cycles tends to take a little bit of time. But what's significant about this work is we benchmarked against basically all the state-of-the-art approaches we could find at the time, and we outperformed them all. So as of the time we were doing the work, we were able to claim that we were the state-of-the-art performance with our methodology. I haven't checked recently if anyone's done better, but certainly as of end of 2024, we were the leading approach for doing this. Finally, just to say that this is ongoing work in the group. And one of the things that Samuel Adebayo, who's a PhD student who did that work, he also realized that there aren't really good data sets out there to help to study and to develop models in that human-robot interaction. So we collected a data set where we had you can see in the videos there's the black hand as a proxy for the robot, but just human interacting and doing assembly tasks with Lego. We collected multi-camera view videos from 70 different participants doing 99 different tasks, and we compile that into video data sets that are available to download for others to do research on, but also we're actively doing research on it at the moment as well. So if you're interested in that, the paper is cited in IEEE Access to tell you about the data set, and you get links, information there on how to contact us to get access to the data set if anybody's interested in doing research in this particular space of anticipating and interpreting what humans are going to do in a sort of reasonably small time frame into the future. Okay, as promised at the beginning, a brief look to the future. Clearly, everybody's very aware of the major advances in robotics, and all predictions are that a humanoid robot market in particular is predicted to be a major market segment going forward, with estimates of a $5 trillion market to $1 billion by 2050. Another predictions to be between $30 billion by 2033. So, and we're already seeing major breakthroughs in robotics. Uniquely, I think I videos on Tesla my first time here, and at that time I thought it was still quite sluggish, but Unitree and a number of the other robots now are much more versatile and much more impressive than the early iterations. And we're only talking 2 years, so the pace of change here is unbelievable. And looking to the future, broader terminology around this intelligent robotics. The CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, introduced a new buzzword very recently. He calls this physical AI, and he talks about that we're very near the chatbot moment for robotics, which means that the big breakthroughs and the opportunities that the chat GPT type AI solutions have brought, that we're almost at the stage now that we're going to have that kind of level of revolution in robotics. He's called the chat GPT moment. And actually, some people are of the view that it's already happening in the more constrained sort of manufacturing setting, where you're less focused about human interaction and more constrained environments. But arguably, the chat GPT moment is already happening in automation and manufacturing. So just to sort of wrap up, this is a graphic that I've seen, again, linked to this sort of definition of physical AI. If you think about the evolutions over the recent deep learning in 2012, you can see it was really the big advances in perception with AI and large language models. Then another big breakthrough has been generative AI and they able to create new information and not just simply just learn from the data. And then obviously the theme of this conference is a very recent and very current theme of Agentic AI, where systems are acting and taking decisions based on the data, not just making predictions. And finally, physical AI is kind of the new mode of operation. It's just a current buzzword. My view is intelligent robotics is what we're talking about, adding AI to robotics and automation machine systems. And the current buzzword for that is physical AI. But essentially, the other term that's been used in literature is something called embodiment. AI is embedded within systems. And AI, to me, the big thing here is AI is going to interact and train and learn from the real world. So at the moment, it learns some data, and we have to give it the data. But really, the next stage is going to learn. It's going to be able to do experiments in the physical world and learn for itself. So it can, if it's embedded in a robot, it can potentially go and explore and make decisions based on an experiment and trial and error in the real world. So that's a really powerful capability, and it's one that creates many opportunities, but many sort of also maybe scary opportunities as well that we need to be mindful of. So finally, I'll leave the last word to it was a section on Bloomtech. They basically just coined the decade of the robot is ahead of us. I guess we would say that the decade of the mobile phone was the 2010s. The 2020s is the decade of AI, and the 2030s, and arguably already starting, is the decade of robots. So for me, I think at least for the students in the room, I think it's a really exciting time. You're going to be writing the future with this technology, but there's also a lot of responsibility to make sure that it's used for the right things and not for the wrong. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions?
Good morning, sir. My name is Mrigang Saini and I am a third year BTech IT student. Sir, thank you for the insightful session, and I found that cycle time prediction topic very interesting. I have a question that in real manufacturing environment where materials, machine conditions keep changing with time, how does this model maintain its accuracy and how does it model maintain its accuracy over time when everything keep changing like materials operators?
Very good question, and that's why we all have jobs, really, because that is the challenge in the real world. So the first example I gave you was for one process, and then they had to do in the early work. The slow the development was you had a customized model for each process, and then you had a domain expertise in the company to do that. So for a long time, companies didn't have the expertise, but now they're recruiting data scientists and AI engineers who can do the work of continually maintaining and updating the models. And there's lots of work being done on developing frameworks where you have live models that are taking action, but in the background, you're constantly training the next iteration of the model and periodically basically essentially doing a pushing the latest model up. So there's various strategies and frameworks to address that. But I wouldn't say it's completely solved yet. I mean, there's a lot of overhead and a lot of domain knowledge and expertise can be brought to bear to find the right solutions for different contexts. The big one that we've encountered with around predictive maintenance, for one of the problems we had before, for example, every time they made a maintenance, the characteristics of the system changed because of those optical paths for some of the fibers, and just small changes would change essentially the initial condition and slope of the predicted trajectory for degradation over time. So a single model just didn't work, and there wasn't enough data to track what was causing the deviations. So we ended up doing an early work with basically doing very simple models and used the first couple of days of data to then extrapolate linear models forward in time, which worked quite well. But more recently, we used the idea of transfer learning. So you build an initial model of deep learning and then start that as a warm start for your next model. And that then reduced the training time to get that model up and running. So, so there are strategies, and we can borrow ideas from the advances made in deep learning. Another one is this issue what we typically have very limited amount of faulty data and lots of normal data. So you have biased data sets, and there's lots of techniques out there now for data augmentation and so on to help to balance data sets and address that problem. Things like two-shot learning and so on as well. So people are actively working on it, and they have solved the problems and sort of specific instances that I'm aware of with some of the comments that I've engaged with. But as a general problem, I think it's still a very big challenge. And again, people are beginning to look at can LLMs, and these more powerful, higher level models, can they take on the responsibility of the engineers that are doing that work right now? So that's where I would say the cutting edge research is in this area.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Aditya Kumar, and I'm the founder of Ninth Rom, and here I am a student of BTech IT. So my question is, in one of the slides, you presented about simulation of robotics and giving them agentic capabilities.
Yeah.
And my question is that given those slides were pretty old till right now, because I think it was about 2021 or 22 or so. So I was curious to know that whether are we using deep learning models developed in Queen's University in those specific cases, or are we using LLMs like Gemini robotics, which are available right now?
No, good question. So the work I'm presenting really is deep learning. We are currently working with LLMs, starting to work on that, but I don't have any results at the moment. But I have a PhD student who's just sort of 6 months into a PhD, exactly exploring, addressing this problem. My focus is around the ability to predict how humans are going to behave going forward. And we were going to basically take advantage of all the tools and capabilities of AI to try to do that. And obviously the current phase of development in AI is LLMs and those sort of paradigms. So I'm not sure how good they will be, but certainly that's the research we're doing right now. And I've seen talks from others in the last few days who are doing exactly the same thing. We're taking traditional methods and looking at can LLMs add value and do better than those methods. And I have no doubt that they will, because they're putting that layer of bespoke solutions that humans can basically deal with the specific situations and know how to address it. It's like the way I think of it in terms of control systems. We have the lower level loops. This is the high level supervisory control loop. In the future, that high level control loop will be LLMs, in my view, and technology like that will make adjustments to the lower level systems. So the lower level system may still be deep learning, CNN, and so on, but there'll be a higher level model that will deal with the variations and the challenges presented by individual cases. But yes, so I don't. You're right. The results are by 2022, 2023, probably the time frame for some of the work. But the current batch of PhD students in our group are all tackling and working with the latest versions of those models.
So if I understood correctly, what you're saying is that in the those fine-tuned tasks like just picking up things and all, we will be still using deep learning models. But in tasks where decisions have to make, that which object to pick up and when to pick it up and where to move it, where then in those specialized cases we will be using LLMs and all.
Well, yes and no, in the sense that there are good solutions and there are actually good solutions with our foundation models being developed, visual language models, the DLMs and DLAMs, are the latest generation models to get the robot to be able to behave more naturally and interact with a range, without having to be pre-programmed for path planning. It naturally makes the right movements to pick up an object. The challenge we're discovering with these things at the moment is, with points to what Telus was doing in his work, is that you need huge compute power to get those things to work. we have a student trying to work on it at the moment, and our best machine, we don't have enough memory in it to load the model. So while these things can solve the problems, the compute power to deliver real-time practical performance is a long way off. Where maybe NVIDIA might have a different view on that, but certainly right now, at a cost point that's sensible and a scale, we have to use really high-powered computers to build those models. And if you think about most of the LLMs and the ChatGPT models that we use, the ones that we're making most use of are the ones that are trained in the cloud by these big companies that have the real capability to train them. If you had to train your own model for a custom task, that's a really big ask at the moment. Now, some people are able to do it, and there are various models out there that you can do smaller scale models. But for something like robotics, we're still basically figuring out the right way to do that. So again, our group, we're looking at VLMs and VLAMs as a pathway for some of the base stations, but we're also looking at the idea of low level and high level control, where we use maybe simpler models to do the lower level activity, and then look at how LLMs can augment that so that they don't have to operate at the same speed. So that's like the intelligence work, where you have two scales of operation, and you put the effort in at a lower time scale so that you can have the time to update your models and make decisions, while you have the real time performance with the simpler models. But yeah, a very, very good question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. As part of Amity's tradition, I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar, sir, Professor Dr. A.K. Dubey, sir, and Professor Dr. Wangmei Sharda, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Sean McLoone with the sacred Tulsi sapling along with the memento.
For the next speaker of our lineup, I would like to invite Dr. Wissel, who works with Dr. Truer and will be presenting his research on his behalf. Dr. Jan Truer is a renowned AI expert and full professor since 1990. He has authored more than 800 plus papers and supervised 40 plus PhD students. His research focuses on human-like AI modeling, adaptive networks, and applications in healthcare and safety. Recent books with Springer Nature cover topics like internal mental modules, organizational learning, and AI coaching in hospitals. It is with great pleasure that I would now like to invite Dr. Wissel to share the insights and enlighten us. Please give a big round of applause. This one. Mhm.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. It's really an honor to be present here in front of all of you here. So, my name is Wisal, and I'm coming from the Hague University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands. And today I'll be presenting my work in collaboration with Professor Jan Ter, who was sadly not able to join us today, but he was kind enough to send us a short video recording that I will be playing later on during the presentation. So, let's get started. So in today's agenda, I want to first walk you through the agenda. So we're going to start with a small introduction, and then we're going to move on to the organizational learning framework. And then we're going to look at the system architecture. After that, we're going to look at the network-oriented detailed agentic AI design. After that, we're moving on to the motive analysis and risk assessment. And finally, ending with the conclusion and discussion. So let's start with the introduction. The agentic AI perspective is a useful perspective on the analysis and design of human and organizational processes, especially if intelligence is involved in such systems. So this actually leads us to discuss the aim of this our research, which presents an integrative methodology for designing and analyzing agentic AI systems. So the key idea here is integration. So the methodology in this paper actually combines two perspectives. So on the design side, first component-based conceptual design, which basically structures the system transparently into interacting components and agents. And second, adaptive network-oriented modeling, which captures the dynamic and learning behavior of the system. And on the analysis side, it integrates computational what-if analysis with probabilistic risk assessments, which actually allows the evaluation of how the AI system behaves under different conditions and how risk can be quantified. And last but not least, we have an application case which is illustrated through a cybersecurity case study, where an AI coach supports employees by sharing secure decision-making processes and knowledge, which facilitates organizational learning inside the organization. So let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, so here in this section, we will dive deeper into the theoretical foundation, which is organizational learning. So a main case study to illustrate this integrated methodology actually is presented in this paper by organizational learning. So learning within the organization occurs at two interconnected levels. The first one is individual, as you can see in the figure on the top right. So the first one is individual, where individuals are learning from their own experiences. And then the second is via exchange of knowledge within the organization. And we can see as well on the figure on the right. Therefore, we consider organizational learning is not just about individuals gaining experience, but it's a multi-level process involving both individuals and organizations. So there are actually two main learning flows. The first is feed-forward learning, where the knowledge from individuals is transferred to the organization level. And then we have feedback learning, where it's actually the opposite. So the organizational knowledge improves the decision-making of individuals. Such learning processes are described in terms of mental models, as mental models are considered the core of this decision-making mechanism. So you might ask me, what are mental models? So mental models are internal representations that individuals use to interpret situations, assess risks, and decide how to act. In organizational contexts, especially in domains like cybersecurity, employees often rely heavily on this internal model when making any sort of decisions. So these mental models are actually not static. They evolve over time through experience, reflection, and interaction with others. When employees encounter new situations or receive new information, their mental models change and adapt accordingly. However, knowledge quality is dynamic. It can improve sometimes through learning and reinforcement, but it can also decline due to factors such as stress, fatigue, or even lack of use. So this actually makes organizational learning inherently adaptive, but also vulnerable. And because of this, organizational learning can be seen as a complex adaptive system where individual mental models and organizational knowledge continuously influence each other. So this is actually where agentic AI systems become essential. So instead of functioning as a passive knowledge repository, AI actively participates in this learning cycle. So it collects experts' mental models during feed-forward learning, integrates and maintains this knowledge, monitors employee decisions, and provides context-sensitive feedback with inconsistencies are detected. By doing so, the AI actually strengthens shared mental models across the organization and supports continuous adaptation. So the AI does not actually replace the human decision-making process, but it enhances and helps stabilize organization learning process. So now we're going to move on to the next section, where we'll dive deeper into the components-based conceptual agentic AI design for our case study. So let's start by looking at the figure shown in the slide. So this figure shows the overall architecture of organizational learning in a component-based manner. So traditionally, the central components, which is shown in pink in the figure, it would be a passive repository used to store knowledge. However, from the agentic AI perspective, we upgrade this into agentic AI approach that can proactively and reactively communicate with experts and employees, which results in a high-level multi-agent architecture consisting of expert agents, the agentic AI coach in the middle, and employee agents. So here, two learning processes are implemented through knowledge data communication. First, feed-forward organizational learning from expert agents to the AI coach agents, and then feedback organizational learning from the AI coach to the employee agent. And both types of communications are controlled in a context-sensitive manner. So what is also very important to emphasize here is that this architecture transforms knowledge storage into knowledge mediation. So the AI coach will not simply store information, it facilitates structured knowledge exchange between individuals and the organization, which strengthen both learning flows. So now I will give the word to Professor Janker that will dive deeper into explaining each component separately. Sorry, I'm just gonna play the video recording. So again, as I said, Janker was not able to join us in person today, but he sent us a video recording that he will explain further details about our research. Also, this sound is older, so it can be good.
Go into some more detail. The result has shown the highest level. Level between agents, you can say, or other components. But within agents, you also can use components to show the structure of the design of the. After the result has shown the highest level. The level between agents, you can say, or other components. But within agents, you also can use components to show the structure of the design of the processes. The first example is for the AI codes, the Agentic AI codes, and that's shown here in the middle of the. Hello, let me go into some more detail. After Wissal has shown the highest level, the level between agents, you can say, or detail. After Wissal has shown the highest level, the level between agents, you can say, or other components. But within agents, you also can use components to show the structure of the design of the processes. The first example is for the AI codes, the Agentic AI codes, and that's shown here in the middle of the screen. You see that we designed here 4 different components that are related to different tasks or processes. Note that in agentic applications, it's not exactly tasks, but more ongoing processes that take place. That's also good to keep in mind here. So these subcomponents, they stand for those type of ongoing processes. The first one is employee monitoring. Here it is observed how the employee is handling decisions and what comes out of those decisions. The decision-making component is making a kind of shadow decision processes for the AI codes, hopefully with more and better knowledge than the employee, if the employee is not so perfect. And then the comparison between what the decisions of the AI codes would be and what actual decisions of the employee are, that makes the decision finally to make a communication. And that's the right-hand component, communication to employee control. That's the control over that communication. And what is communicated? It is not communicated in this case that the decision should be like this or that, because then you would completely take over the responsibility of the whole decisions. It is, in this case, a knowledge level communication that communicates the knowledge that is used in such situations for decision making. And that is coming from the component decision knowledge learning. That also serves as a place where the most up-to-date and best learned knowledge is of this expert of this AI code, and that is coming in from the expert knowledge in beginning. And that is handled as a kind of output for the employee then. So this is, here you see the relation to the earlier picture. At higher level, there is a communication from experts on the knowledge level to the agentic AI codes, and then from the AI codes, only if it's relevant, if it's needed, to the employee, this type of knowledge. So that's this is the feedback organizational learning, and this was the feed-forward organizational learning. So this is how we can design those agents, also as component structures, while the agents themselves are also components, but then on a higher level of abstraction, you can say. So we can do in this case the same for the others, just to make a simulation. The employee itself can also be considered as an agent with some type of processes and that with components for them. And there we have also learning control, and where the learning is under control of when it should take place. And there is the decision-making process, of course. The employee is always making decisions, for example, about cybersecurity issues. And those make also the learning control work. And the decisions, they come to actions in the environment. And there, of course, there is also observation from the environment. So this is then the other agent, and the expert agent has also a structure that has some resemblance with what we already have seen. There is also decision making for the expert, there is decision knowledge for the expert, and there is, in this case, a decision to communicate to the AI coach, and this is the control for that. And that is initiated by, usually in an organization, by the management, the higher level management, that indicates those experts should fill the organizational knowledge in the AI coach. So this is the way how we have two levels of description with component structures, both for agents themselves as components, but also within agents, to show the specific processes they take care of. So that's the conceptual design level. But for more detailed design, we use an AI approach based on networks. They are temporal causal networks in this case, that describe causal relations and that have an effect on state activations of states. And I will show that in some detail. Those networks, you may have heard of them earlier because we use this network already on oriented approach already for some time. So we use connection weights, like you also do in neural networks actually. We explicitly define aggregation of incoming impacts from different sides by combination function C. And there is also timing possible that indicate how, by speed factors, it's indicated how fast states change upon the impact that they get. And these are then the standard equations behind this. This is the aggregated impact, that is the function applied to the multiple impacts. And this is then the underlying detailed design. So that means that on a conceptual level, we do component-based design, which is a bit familiar within computer science, for example. But on the detailed level, we refine it to a more AI-related approach, where you can also easily add learning and those types of elements. So let's consider some next step, because the characteristics, as mentioned here, they can also be adaptive, and then you get adaptive networks, and it's even possible to have levels of adaptation in that way. I can show that also in the next slide. So in this case, there are three levels. There is a base level, then there's a first order adaptation level, and we call it self-model level because we model it as self-model states in the network. And there are also higher self-model levels, and that's in this case a second order. The base level is the level of the decision making. There are base states where the decision is made about, and there is input and output for that. But then the knowledge itself is one level higher, because you can change the knowledge, which is describing the strength of your causal relations that you use on the base level. And that's what we consider on a different level, on the next level, and we use self-model states for that. This W state stands for the omega, for the connection weights from X to Y, in this case from the AI codes. And there can also be other types of states used, that you can, the decision, the monitoring of the decision for the employee, that can be described by some state. And in this case, this is the communication control of that's indicating that there should be a connection between different connection states, different self-model states for connections. So therefore you have a double W here. So that means that if this becomes, it has a value non-zero, value 1 preferably, then you have a connection from W states to W states. And that's exactly what happens if you do knowledge level communication. So knowledge level communication is connections from, it's indicated by connections between those W states. But as soon as these connections are adaptive, because they should not be all the time active, they should only be sometimes active, and then you will use this state, this type of state, for it to indicate that at that moment they should influence each other. So this gives a rough sketch of the types of elements we use in the design level, for both for the conceptual design and for the detailed design, which is closely related to AI approaches. I think Vishal will tell next steps now. Yes, hello. Let me go into some more detail.
So I will take over from here again. I'm just going to quickly skip the slide that Professor Janker already discussed in his video. So now I'm going to move on to the motive analysis and risk assessment. So I'm going to walk you through the motive analysis and risk assessment method that was applied in this paper. So actually, by using what if analysis, we can explore how specific. Sorry for technical problems. As I was saying, so by using what if analysis, and we can actually explore specific outcomes, which we call what factors are affected by changes for relevant conditions, which we call if factors. So I will walk you through the method that was applied in this research. So we first of all start by selecting the considered outcome variable of the model, which we again call what factors. And then we move on to selecting the characteristics that are considered relevant, which we refer to by if factors. And then for both these what factors and if factors, we actually select the value intervals, which can be like, for example, low, medium, high, or simply low and high. After that, we perform a numerical simulations for the what factors and for all the combination of the if factor options. After that, we gather statistical information on each of these if factor options for a relevant sample of organization in the real world. And then we derive statistical information for the combination of if factor options. So based on the statistical information that we derived previously, we determine probabilities for each of the if factor option combinations. There are actually different cases here. So we could assume independence and assume independence of the if factors. And in that case, we apply the product rule for probabilities. But in the case that dependence is assumed, then these probabilities are based on statistical information for these combinations. And then moving on to the next step. So for each one factor options, we identify all if factor combinations with simulations that lead to it and take the sum of the probability. And one of the final steps, which is one before last one, is we actually assign impact indicator to all what factor options. So the impact indicator is chosen on a scale between 0 to 10, and it's actually chosen based on an assessment of how critical or potentially harmful the factor is considered to be. Note also that these impact factors are completely independent from the probability of occurrence of the factor itself. And finally, last but not least, the last step is determine for each one factor option its risk. So in this step, we actually do some calculations. So the risk assessment is done based on the formula, risk equal probability times impacts. For more details on this approach and also for some applications, you can refer back to the paper because again, due to time constraint right now, I won't be able to dive deeper into it, but it's all included in the paper if you'd like to, to see more on it. So, yeah, and this is the last part for the presentation today. Now I'm just going to walk you through a conclusion and short discussion. So in this paper, we explored an integrative methodology for agentic AI design and analysis. So the design part, it was based on the integration of components-based conceptual design and network-oriented detail design. And the analysis method is integrated based on what-if analysis in combination with probabilistic risk assessment. And then we've done a short illustration through the development of an agentic AI approach for cybersecurity. And again, while cybersecurity was used as the main case study for this research, this methodology is actually domain independent, so it can be used in all different areas. So that's it. Thank you very much all for your attention. Sorry. So yeah, if there's any question or discussion, feel free to ask me right now. And if there are any further detailed question, also you can always email me or Professor Janter for more detailed talk. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are deeply grateful for your insightful address. Now, as part of Amity's tradition, I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Sobia Habib, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. Whistle with a sacred Tulsi sapling and a memento. Professor Dr. Natasha Seal, ma'am, will be felicitating Dr. Whistle with the sacred Tulsi sapling. Thank you to everyone for being with us. We will be moving on to the industry session in collaboration with FIS Global. I request everyone to be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected faculty members, distinguished industry leaders, honored guests, and my fellow students. I, Pranav Sharma, along with my co-host Shyansh Singh, sorry. Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention, please, for a second? I, Pranav Sharma, with my co-host Shyansh Singh, stand before you today representing Department of Information Technology. It gives us I'm sorry, before that, may we please invite Professor Ankit for honor and felicitation. A huge round of applause, everyone. So good afternoon once again, respected faculty members, honored guests, distinguished faculty leaders, and my dear students. I, Pranav Sharma, along with my co-host Shyansh Singh, stand before you today representing Department of Information Technology. Today, it gives us immense pleasure to welcome you to this special industry session hosted in collaboration with FIS Global. Today's session is centered around a powerful theme: why agentic AI matters for the future of payments. As we all know today, in today's era, industry of payments rapidly evolves. And AI is no longer just supporting the ecosystem, it is the ecosystem. From fraud detection to transaction authorization, from customer experience to risk management, Agentic AI is reshaping the entire ecosystem. And today we are privileged to learn directly from the leaders who are driving this transformation at scale. To introduce our esteemed guest, I now invite my co-host Shreyansh.
Thank you, Pranav. It is our honor to welcome the distinguished leadership team from FIS Global. We have with us Mr. Mohammad Asif Ali Khan, Senior Vice President, who heads the Indian delivery system for issuing platform at FIS. With nearly 3 decades of global experience across Europe, the UAE, and Asia, he brings deep expertise in digital payments, product development, and strategic delivery. We are also pleased to welcome Mr. Prakash Sharma, Senior Director, who leads the digital innovation team in Noida. A highly technical and solution oriented leader, he is passionate about emerging technologies and innovative solutions. Also joining us today is Ms. Ritu Kalra, Director, an experienced payments leader known for driving platform modernization and delivering scalable, resilient solutions through strong leadership and execution. We also welcome Mr. Sitaram Yadav, Director, a seasoned technology leader with over 20 years of experience in payments and cloud based enterprise solutions, known for building high performing teams. And finally, we are honored to have Ms. Monica Gupta, Manager HR, who plays a key role in aligning people strategies with business goals and strengthening organizational growth at FIS India. May I request everyone to extend a warm welcome to the FIS leadership team with a big round of applause. We now invite the FIS leadership team to share their insights on how the agentic AI is transforming the future of payments, making systems smarter, faster, and more secure. Over to you, sir.
Hello, thank you so much. All right, so I am Mohammad Asif, and thank you for the introduction for me as well as for my team. We are here. We are not first time here. We have been here before, but when we came last time, our company name was TSYS, TSYS, right? And now the things are changing, right, in the payment space. And now we have merged with FIS, more specifically FIS Global, which is a fintech company. And we are going to share more detail about this company. But before we start this session, can you hear me first of all well? Especially the last row, people on the last row. Can you hear me? Can I ask you to stand up, please? All of you. I just want to make sure you are hearing me. And I know you have been sitting for a long time, right? Were you waiting for this? So just wanted to make sure that you have some opportunity to stand up, relax, and come to our session, right? This is going to be more on the actual things, right? Please sit down, please sit down. Thank you so much. Thank you. So this is going to be more from the, what is happening in the industry. And I'm sure as you are going through your curriculum, your education, your learning in the university, you're all looking forward to build your career, right? And we come from the corporate, right, where the right career start. So I think there's some, for our session, I think there's some special arrangement, there's some good entertainment happening, some music, yes. So, but I think let's enjoy the session. Let's forget about what is happening on the other side. Let's focus on our session. Yeah. Thank you. Can someone help me to put down our slide? bear with us for 2 minutes. Just pulling up the presentation. And we want this session to be very interactive, right? So we don't want that we keep on talking about one-sided, right? And you're figuring out what we are saying. So we will ensure that for every 5 minutes, we have the opportunity to ask questions. All right, very good. Thank you so much. All right, before we delve into why agentic AI commerce matters for future payments, let me set my microphone. Okay. All right. So before we do that, let me introduce the company FIS. What we do actually. So we are a company. I won't say that we are on the fintech company. We are the company. We process payments almost everywhere. And when we say everywhere, we deal with the money when it is at rest. That means when it is deposits in the banks. We deal with the money when it is in motion. When we say in the motion, when you're using your money to buy stuff, that means you're using money to do transactions, whether it's a UPI transaction, using your wallets, using your credit cards or debit cards. So we deal the money when it is in motion, as well as we deal with the money when it is at work. When we say it is at work, we also offer lending solutions, right, from our side, and then all the investment options. So globally, FIS deal with the money in various forms, and we process almost in all the three phases, right? When the money is processed, we process almost 13 to 15 trillions of dollars every year. Now, when you compare this money, this is around 12.3% of global GDP, right? So it's a huge participation in the global economy, and this is how we drive payments at our end. Now, today's focus is going to be money in motion, which is when you are going to use any of the payment product to make payments to buy stuff, what happens on the back, on the behind, as well as how agentic commerce is going to play an important role in the next couple of years, and what's the future look like. And when you come out from the university, right, or what kind of environment you're going to see, right, for yourself as a developer or as a, whatever career you choose in the technology side, right, that's something we are going to share. And that is the reason we have our team here who are going to share more insight from the technology side as well. Now, when I say about the company, we are based in India, and we operate in 7 cities in India. In India, our strength is around 22,000. Globally, we are around 65,000. We are headquartered in US. As far as India is concerned, on the technology side, we are around 40% of total IT strength in the entire FIS organization, which is a which is a huge number. And obviously, one of the reasons why we are in India, such a big operation, obviously availability of the talent, right? Proximity to the universities like you, and also the right talent in the right time, right? So that is the reason you see most of the companies, most of the IT companies, global IT companies, they will have their operations in India because we want to close to the market where the talent is available, right? So that is the reason we started our operation around 20 years back. We started with few thousand people, and now we are 22,000. And that is where we have partnered with MET in past as well. And we have participated in previous InCITe as well 2 years back. And we are proud to say that we have also recruited and onboarded many freshers from the university. In fact, we have, and they will come on the stage, right? They also have to participate. In fact, we have 2 team members
who are MIT alumni, right? So you are going to see them, right? They're just sitting there, and looking forward for that relationship as well. And thank you so much, Dr. Natasha, for this opportunity for being here. And I think it is a pleasure for us to be here, and we are really excited to share the real industry experience and how you are going to see how the market is changing, and how you are going to adapt to those changes, because the change is happening very fast, right? So that was the company. Let me go back to the previous slide about why agentic AI matters for the future payment. Now, traditionally, if you see, the payment obviously was in the cash form, right? And you see, if you go to the back, probably in the human history, you will see the coins, gold coins and silver coins, right? And then the paper cash came. And then we also had introduction of banking system. And I'm proud to say TSYS, which is our parent company, right, which merged now in January 2026 with FIS. We have a rich history of bringing the digital payments where it stands today, right? It started in 1988. There was a cotton mill in US Columbus, Georgia, because there are two Columbus in US, Ohio and Georgia. In Columbus, Georgia, there was a cotton mill, and the laborers used to keep their money in their clothes to keep it safe, because they didn't have any bank, they didn't have any deposit box. And what happened? One of the lady, her dress got stuck in the machine, in the cotton machine. And when the dress got stuck, in order to rescue her, they had to cut the dress. And when they cut the dress, a lot of money started falling from the dress. And at that time, manager asked, and this is a real story, by the way, this is our history of the company. When the manager asked, why you're keeping your money in the dress? She said, I don't have any safe place. I am worried my money will be stolen. And manager says, okay, I will do one thing. I'll give you a solution. Because you work here, let me give you a solution. And you know, sometimes the big innovation starts with very, very small idea, right? And that's where I want to, you should get inspiration, right? Any idea is not small. Sometimes these small ideas become in a very, very big innovation. He said, okay, let me have a deposit box in the company so that you can keep your money safe here. And I will keep a record in the register. That's how he started keeping the money in the safe box. And that later on became a bank, CB&T, in Columbus. Down the line, 50, 70 years, there was a company, there was a bank which they launched a card product in 1958. And at that time, the card product was all paper-based. There was no electronic card system. At that time, it was all paper-based card. You take your card, they will check your card, they will note down every detail, and then they will authorize manually that card, right? And then you make your payment like that, right? That's how TSYS started. And at that time, when it was all manual-based payment, now we have digital payment. And now we are talking about how we can make this payment seamless, right? Today, what you do when you go and shop at any website or any merchant, what you do, there's some human intervention, right? There are a couple of steps you have to take. If you go on a website, you have to add items in your cart. At that time, you have to do checkout. At the checkout, you select your card number if it is already filled in. And then you enter your OTP, etc., multi-factor authentication, and then you make your payment. Now, what agentic AI is going to do with this, right? It is going to change the way you shop, right? There will be an agent which will take decision on your behalf, right? That means there will be no more checkout button. Instead of that, there will be more of conversation. Oh, I want to buy, let's say, a suit for a wedding which I am going tonight, right? Now, agent will decide based on your personal liking, disliking, what kind of suit will fit for you, because they know already you, right? If you go in ChatGPT today and say, describe me, you will be surprised, you will be shocked to see, because how much they know about you already, right? And we are not using agents so frequently today, right? Or we are not using Gen AI so frequently today. Now, the more and more we use it, the more and more they know about us, right? That means agent will be able to take decision on our behalf, and they will decide what kind of weather, what kind of season, etc. And based on that, they will select the stuff for you. They will put into the cart, and they will also select the most preferred payment, which will be the most, most favorable discount at that day, and then do the payment. So that is where agentic AI comes in picture. Now that is where we are just setting the tone, and let me move forward in the next slide. Any questions so far? Any thought you want to share? Raise your hand if you want to share. Okay. Can I ask a question? When you make your payment, right? When you go and swipe your card or when you do your UPI payment, do you know what happens on the back side? Any idea? Anyone want to say? Anyone? We want to make it more interactive, by the way, yeah? By the way, we have some gift as well from the company, right? So there will be some Q&A. If you answer those questions right, I'm sure you're going to win a lot of gift today as well. Yeah, please. What's your name?
Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Aditya Kumar, and I'm the founder of 9from. It's a technology company.
Great.
So basically, to answer your question,
Oh, great, great.
okay.
Carry on.
To answer the question, once we swipe the card, to the best of my knowledge, what happens is first of all the device reads the details on the card, and after that the bank first of all processes it, and then if the payment has to be done to a different bank account, what it does is bank goes to the intermediate like Visa or Mastercard, and
Okay, that is the life cycle you are defining, and which is right, by the way. Right? You're not wrong, you're right. I'm just saying what happens. So the moment you swipe or you scan your QR code, what happens? How they know that you are the right customer? So some actions maybe the system is taking on the backside, right?
yeah, they are actually authenticating.
Authenticating, yeah. So authenticating,
They're checking for anomalies and all.
They check your limit, etc. Yes, yes. And
And
they also do there's a fraudulent transactions on that.
Yes.
There's a lot of things happens on
Yes.
the backside. And today, that is all thing happening with the software, right? Piece of software, which we designed, right? And there may be APIs, which we are calling to do all these stuff, and that happens. By the way, when you swipe a card at any merchant or you do on e-commerce transaction, everything, right? Your limit check, your rules which you have defined, how much transactions you should be using, etc. Whether it's a fraudulent transactions or not, is any reward to be applied, everything is done. The whole decision is done in milliseconds. Because at peak time, we authorize around 10,000 transactions per second. So that is the speed we are talking about, right? And now, with AI coming in picture, agentic AI is coming in picture, we are expecting there will be multiple agents who are taking this decision, right? Not the piece of the software. Please sit down. Thank you so much. So there will be multiple agents who are going to take these decisions based on lot of learning they will take from the system. It will not be any rule-based system. Today we have rules, right? We define a certain rule, if and else, right? If limit is this, authorize. If limit is not this, don't authorize, etc. Right? Tomorrow we are talking about learning from the customer behavior, learning from that geography, what kind of fraud is taking place in geography, right? Learning from that merchant perspective, and then agents coming into the picture and taking decision on your behalf. That means less and less human intervention. It will be very, very transparent and very, very, the ease of commerce, basically, I would say. Now, things will change when on the both sides. So one is you're going and doing you're using your card or you're using any of your payment mode to your wallet, etc. And then you're buying these stuff, right, from the merchant side. What the future look like, right? And when I say the future, I'm not saying future in 5 years. When I say future in 1 to 2 years timelines, how the future look. Today already we have agents who are doing shopping by them, right? There's a company Stripe who has launched the product. We are also on the FES already working on the agent e-commerce, right? Working on developing multiple agents at the moment. Now, when I say the future look like, it will be the multiple agents who are taking decision on your behalf for the shopping. And then similarly, there will be agents on the merchant side, the website, right? Running autonomously, right? And then the entire ecosystem of translating into shopping experience, it is all artificial, right? There are agents who are selling, there are agents who are buying on your behalf, agents selling on merchant's behalf, right? And then there are multiple agents who are talking to each other, coming in sync, and then bringing the whole agentic commerce experience, right? So that's in nutshell, in a layman terms, the future look like. We are going to share more technical detail. I'll invite Prakash to take the next next slide and then share more. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif sir. All right, so welcome everyone, and I'm Prakash. So I'm leading a technical team where we are creating agents, the future agents, which will help us in delivering the autonomous payment system. So how the evolution of payments have done, Asif sir has already spoken about. So I will directly jump to the topic of agentic AI. So for us, what is agentic AI? Right now we are living in an era where it's more about the GPTs, right? So chat GPT, where you give a prompt and then it returns the result in form of text, right? But slowly we are moving towards something which is agentic AI. What is agentic AI? Something which has a particular skill set and goals and take action or decision on behalf of you and get things done for you is agentic AI. That means it's an autonomous decision making agent which make things happen on your behalf. That's agentic AI, right? So to set the context, I'll just start with one example. An AI agent detect your card was just used at a petrol pump, okay, in Delhi, and simultaneously at a mall in Mumbai. In milliseconds, not seconds, in milliseconds, it blocks the card automatically. That's the agentic AI. Because right now, if any fraud happens, it just you have to call the customer care and ensure authenticate yourself to the customer care, and then only then the card is blocked, right, based on your request. But with agentic AI, it will be done in milliseconds. Automatically, it will identify the frauds and take decision on behalf of the bank and blocks that transaction. All right, so moving on to next. Again, a very important point. AI is no longer just a support system; it's becoming the decision engine. So it's very important to understand the concept. So this is the definition of agentic AI. So before continuing and getting deep dive into agentic AI, I would start with a question. How many of you use UPI? Can you raise your hand? Neha, we don't have that much of gift to give to everyone. Everyone has raised their hands. But let me introduce Neha Bandari, Shubham, and Pooja. The common thing between you guys and Pooja, Neha, and Shubham, they are the MET alumni.
So hi everyone. So I'm 2012 batch, very old batch, and thank you so much Prakash sir, for introducing and getting us again and again to Amity. So I have one question, technical or a fun question here, right? So the first question, I'm sure Asif sir and Prakash sir have already told about agentic AI role in payments, right? So we have the question right there. What do you think AI fits in the payment flow? What do you think?
Anyone can
in
try.
the entire payment flow, when you think about where you can fit in the AI. All right, can you take the mic as well?
Anomaly detection.
All right, what do you think other steps pre, while doing the payment, post, where all AI fits in more places?
Basically, most probably during the processing of the transaction and the verification of the user and the other details.
The authorization can be the one of them. All right. What about the cashbacks, offers, and all? Agentic AI can help you in that.
Of course, cashbacks can also be processed through AIs and agentic AI, especially because ultimately cashbacks and all are determined based on the value of the user, and that can be very quickly determined by
Correct. Correct. And then fraud detection as well. That also can be helped.
Yeah.
And can you see any pre-processing where it can help you?
Basically, when it comes to pre-processing, when we are doing stuff like verifying that whether the user has sufficient balance or not, And maybe even if they have balance, will this transaction make them go under the limit? And all that can be very quickly done in the.
Fine. And then personalized offers also it can provide you. All right. Thank you. Can I have the gift? What's your name?
My name is Aditya Kumar.
Aditya Kumar. I think you are leading it in right now, but I want others also. So, your question, it is a very interesting one. Name one thing that AI cannot do, but Amity students can do better.
I'm expecting a lot of answers.
Name one thing AI still can't do better than Amity students. Bunking the classes, wow, that's a good one. Anybody else?
Arranging new events.
Arranging new events that I can see here as well and outside as well. Very perfectly done. Any other answer? Punch in, punch out. I guess you have been doing it. Can I have the gift for him? I guess he's the perfect candidate.
For attendance.
Asking the teacher for attendance. I'm sure Amity students can do it. I've also done it. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back to the questions again. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Neha. So we have already set an agenda about agentic AI, right? So we have just now, till now, we have described what is agentic AI. That's the definition. Let's get deep diver into the agentic world. So we are living in an era where right now, currently, AI is helping us and human decide. But we soon will be shifting into AI decide and human supervise. So how that's going to be done, how the technology is going to transform with this is what I will be briefing about in this session. All right, so agentic AI is not GPT, right? It's not chat GPT, it's something else. It's even bigger. Like many of the industry leaders are speaking about, AI will do this, AI will do that. But what is enabling all those things is the agents. So let's get deep dive into the agents. You know ChatGPT, right? You type something, it responds. Agentic AI is different. It doesn't wait for you to tell what it is or what needs to be done. It has a particular goals and the skills that makes a decision on your behalf and executes the whole task. Again, I'll explain about how our body and the analogy and how agent world connects. So everyone just point to the eyes. Can you point towards your eyes? Now brain and hands. All right. So let's connect all the dots with agentic world. So perceive in the agentic world is the step one. What happens at the perceived level is it analyzes the data which is sent in the transaction. It connects with the eyes. It's seeing the data, what you are sending. For example, I'm doing a Paytm transaction of 60 rupees to a chai wala, right? So that transaction of 60 rupees is getting back into the backend system. That's where the agent is learning about, okay, this transaction is coming in and I am seeing a transaction of 60 rupees. So that's the eyes of the agents. Next, it goes to the brain. So that's the decision making. So LLMs are the brains of the agents. Okay. So this is where it will analyze what kind of transaction, whether I need to approve or reject this transaction. So that's the brain, right? Third is the hand, which executes the task, which is act in terms of agents. So act means getting things done, executed. In terms of transaction, if it's approved, the database will be updated. You will get a response to the microservices back to the mobile app, and that's where you will see it's been approved. What again, one more step, what happens? It also learns with that transaction. How it learns? Means it takes care of that 60 rupees transaction and again train back the LLM. So that's how the whole agent by itself doing things on your behalf and also learning at the same time. Okay, got it? Any question on this? All right. So what happens is, I'll move to next is the generative AI comparison between generative AI and agent AI. So generative AI, every one of you are using ChatGPT, right? You are getting your assignments done through ChatGPT. Yes or no? Are you taking advantage? That's again is happening at the software industry level as well. So people are using agentic AI and generative AI to get the code done as well, right? So it's not right now, it's not the primary task as a coding that used to be earlier. So things are changing. People and developers are adopting new feature functionality of generative AI to create the code. But moving forward, it can also get into the agentic world where the agents can do coding on your behalf. Okay, I'm not scaring, but that's the reality. But it will help and opens more door for more opportunities. All right. So what agentic AI and generative AI comparison? It's the creator. Gen AI is the creator, but agentic AI is the doer. That's the main difference that you need to understand. So what agentic AI will do is they will not wait for your prompt to take that action. They understand based on the condition and takes action on your behalf. So that's where the things are changing. As I said right now, AI takes action, human decide. But we are moving to a world where agent will do, decide and execute, and human will supervise. That's the world we are moving ahead to. So in financial system, action matters more than conversation. We need AI that can resolve dispute end to end, not just talk about that. All right, moving to next question, Nia.
All right, so we have the next question once again. How agentic AI, sir just explained about, how it is different from a normal chatbot? What is the difference between both of them, right? If they have the different terminologies, then there should be something different. Yeah.
An agentic AI will be specialized in doing a certain task, and a regular AI chatbot will just do whatever you say and do your bidding. And AI chatbot also tend to like they used to like how do I put this? Like let's say you ask it a question, right? So first it will bootlick you a lot. Like it will praise your question, it will tell you how amazing it is, and then it's gonna like actually solve it. And it can be wrong. Like it is very scared of being wrong. So even if it's wrong, it will be very confident in it unless you contradict it. But agentic AI is specialized in one thing. It is given the knowledge of that certain field, so the chances of being wrong will be very rare in certain instances.
All right, so we have one more person.
Shubha?
So agentic AI is something which is trained to take decisions on your behalf, like blocking security reasons, blocking something fraudulent and all that. And ChatGPT, like Sir explained, is something in which we prompt the AI to take decisions and all.
Thank you.
All
Very
right.
good. Nice
Can you have the
said.
bottle here also? So, right, that's a correct part. Chat GPT, you just ask a question, they don't take a decision, right? And do not do any steps. They just answer you back with that question. Whereas the other one, Agentic AI, they have the multitask also. They take decisions on your part to some extent. And then they call our API tools, whatever is required. All right. So now comes the fun question. If Siri, Alexa, and Google Assistant listen to Amity students, what they will learn the most? What do you think? Sorry? There's, okay.
About operations at gate 4 at Balli.
About operations at gate 4. Perfect. They're going to learn it. What else? What do you think? I need an interesting answer to give you a gift.
It will just allow us to do proxy things.
Alright, so she's saying that it will learn to how to put a proxy. Perfect. I mean, that's a required part. I don't think so. That will already AI will know about it. So can I get the gift, please? I guess attendance and proxies are the major part. I know I also had 75%. So I can really understand that. Thank you so much. Back to you, Prakash.
Yeah, thank you, Nia. So let's understand before moving ahead, deep dive technically into the agent world. We'll have some issues and what the challenges that we have in the payment industry currently is. One is the fraud detection, and I have already spoken about the example, and more details will be covered in one of the slides by my colleague. Regulatory compliance is another area that the payment system and the companies are working on, and we see as a challenge. Legacy system, personalization, like how we can understand our customers better. That's one of the area. Operational efficiency is again how our system needs to be resilient is what we are focusing on. So that's the top five challenges of the payment industry. So where agentic AI fits in? So real-time fraud mitigation. Again, I have said you with one of the example related to Paytm. You are making a transaction of 60 rupees back to a chaiwala, and then how it's detecting the fraud in it. Autonomous chargeback, like we want a system where our people are not getting into the dispute resolution. It has to be automatically done. Then intelligent credit scoring. You know this concept of credit ratings like CIBIL, right? So all those needs to be done automatically by understanding. Agents can read all the transaction done by you and takes action based on all the details they have within your transactions. Then auto customer service auto, again, there is a lot of chatbots and more advanced chatbots are coming into the system. You have already seen on Zomato, because I'm sure like you must be ordering a lot of orders on Zomato. So that's where whenever you try to connect with the customer service, it's automatically done by the bots and there is no human behind. So this is something where even in the payment industry is going to change. And the risk-based auth. So anything the agent detects any fraud within a transaction, automatically a OTP or second factor authentication will be triggered, and that's where the customer or will have some intervention of human to take that action or complete that transaction. So this is top 5 areas, but there are many more use cases that we are working on how we need to fit the agents into the payment industry. All right. Before getting into this slide, I would like to introduce my colleague Ritu Kalra. She is the director with FIS, and she is involved into the modernization of auth platform as well as the risk and fraud platform. She will be covering in detail about what the fraud detection agent does. Ritu, over to you.
Thank you, Prakash. Good afternoon, everyone. So let me start with the simple thought. Now, when you make a payment, yes, something decides should this be trusted or stopped. And no, most of you would be thinking it is your bank. No, it is don't. It's AI. Yeah. So when you make a payment, as Asif sir and Prakash have already talked about, the speed matters. So milliseconds are the difference between the trust and loss. Okay, imagine this: you are using your card at your youth fest to make a payment at a stall, and at the same time, a cloned version of your card is being used in another state. Yes, who decides what's real? Not a human. It's basically an AI-powered fraud detection agent who is deciding silently and instantly. And it's not automation. It's different from automation. It's intelligence at scale. Okay? So how does this work in real life? Most of you use cards, yes. So when you are making a payment, what do you think are the data points that are being collected? Your location, yeah, the time that you are using that card or you are making payment, yes, your IP address, your device, all these data points are being collected. So this is where AI begins. It's not just collecting data, but preparing to understand it. It starts building your digital behavior and monitor patterns. Where I say the first step, yeah, it starts monitoring your patterns. Okay, so the system doesn't make a guess. It monitors, it learns, it analyzes the patterns that you don't even notice. It already knows you. As Prakash told, when you make a UPI payment at your chai wala for a 60 rupees, yes, it already has that data point. So it already knows what is your usual spend history, what time you usually do the transactions. Yes. what is the location that you normally make transactions at. So let's imagine that your normal spend trend is about like a maximum transaction of 5,000 rupees. And suddenly a transaction of 1 lakh rupee is made. Yes. So what it does? It detects anomaly. It detects deviation. Yeah. So this is now the crucial point. How would it decide that this anomaly has happened? So here the AI starts making the decision. Okay. It basically, based on the analysis of your spend history and other things, it decides and starts assigning the risk scores to your authorizations or your transactions or your payments. When I say risk score, what it is? It's not a single rule or it's not a single signal. It's a combination of hundreds of signals analyzed together. Let me give you an example. Yes, change in location. Yes, it has, let's say, 30 points as a student. 30 points. Yeah. Unusual high amount. It has another 25 points attached to it. New device, 20 points attached to it. Okay. Repeated transaction of similar amount, another points attached to it. So what it does, it combines all those signals and create a score and assign it to your transaction. So that is called risk score. Yes, and if your risk score is between, let's say 0 to 30, it's low risk or transaction. If it is, between 70 to 100, it's a high risk transaction. So let me ask the audience, if normally, you transact in Noida and suddenly a system gets transaction from, let's say, Bangalore and it's higher than your usual spend, would it be a high risk transaction or a low risk? High risk. Yes. So this is the similar analysis AI does, but it does quickly, reliably, and at a large scale within milliseconds. Yeah. So also when I was explaining you about risk scores, it's not just simple aggregation. It's not that simple. It's basically some rules have higher weight, some combinations are more critical. So what it is doing is our agents are continuously monitoring the past thousands or millions of authorizations and identifying patterns. And based on that patterns, it is adjusting the weights to these criterias as well to actually keep up to the pace of newer frauds or newer ways of frauds being attempted. Yeah, so that's how the system is deciding and stopping the newer frauds that are being attempted. So once the decision is made, yes, what it does, it immediately acts. It says, yeah, either the transaction is declined or approved, or it challenges it with an OTP. Yes, and as I earlier told, I would like to emphasize again that within milliseconds, or the milliseconds is actually the difference between trust and loss. So it is very, very important to keep up to date the machine learning to analyze your spending patterns, your past authorizations, and decide on the complex rules. Yes. Once the system has acted and the transaction is complete, it doesn't rest here. Yes, it continuously evolves. It learns. It reflects on what decisions have been made. So this is the system. This is not just a system which acts. It grows. Yes. So it is basically continuously monitoring itself. Yeah. Now, I all of this sounds exciting, and the more exciting part is that you are not only going to use these. You, in the future, you might be building these. Yes. So the future of payment is not digital anymore. It is going to be intelligent. So I hope I have been able to give an overview of fraud detection agent. Um, Now I would like to call my colleague Sitaram Yadav to give a deep dive onto smart dispute resolution system. Thank you. Thanks everyone.
All right. So, hello everyone. Good evening. Good afternoon, and thank you, Ritu, for sharing great context of fraud. And I believe by now, like Asif sir and Prakash have shared a great context of yeah, great context of agentic AI. So, I will talk briefly on this smart dispute resolution, right? So before talking in more detail what it does, I will just put one simple example what dispute is, right? So first of all, like we have to understand like what actual dispute is, right? So let's take example, right? Like let's say one name, let's say pick Amit, right? Amit suddenly see like you have 18,000 rupees amount to purchase something and you don't recognize that transaction, right? It could be happened due to many reasons, like it could be incorrect posting, like you didn't recognize the transaction, or it has been a fraud, or it could be any other reason, right? So what you typically do is like if you identify it as soon as it is fraud, you typically just call the bank or use the online portal or IVR to just raise the dispute, right? So this transaction is not authorized by me. We have to raise the dispute, right? So typically, as soon as you raise the dispute, the issuer like us, like we initiate the dispute resolution processing, and typically like we accept the case and we initiate the, you can say we temporarily like create the amount, let's say 18,000 in that case, to the cardholder account, right? And just after that, we initiate the chargeback to the merchant to take the action of that, right? So as of now, like if you see, the current way of doing the dispute resolution, it takes like too much of time, right? And it's all the manual process, right? So typically to resolve a dispute, it typically takes, let's say, maybe a few weeks or maybe up to a month, right, to resolve that the dispute, right? And that's where our agentic AI and the AI resolution like makes a right fit, right? So that's if you see like now we have very defined 5 steps and that AI agent process that to make our dispute resolution in the millisecond of time instead of waiting the for you can say weeks or months, right? So it's a simply like it's just ingested, like it reads all your dispute data. It just it have all your card history, transaction history, and based on that, it read the nature of dispute. Okay, so initially, like in manual way, processor have to you can say read like what kind of dispute it is, but through the ingest we have NLP and all the mechanism enabled, so we can easily classify it's a like kind of a wrong amount, it's a fraud dispute or some incorrect offering, right? And then once the ingestion has been done, you identified what kind of dispute it is. Then we simply go to the next step that is called retrieve, right? So we as an issuer fetch data from merchant, association like Visa and MasterCard, get all the information. Now the real job happened in the check. So issuer check like whether this is a real dispute, we have to resolve it or not, what kind of action we have. But as an issuer, like our responsibility to protect the cardholder interest, follow the network rule. So first of all, we immediately, I can say, temporarily back that credit amount to the cardholder. We do all the investigation and then do the check in the processing, right? And finally, it is done. It's the kind of resolving the, I can say, the dispute resolution. And finally, just share the outcome to the cardholder, right? So if you say that this entire 5-step journey, earlier it was happening, let's say in weeks or months, but now it is happening in the millisecond of time, right? So ultimately, like who is going to benefit, right? So ultimately, the issuer companies get the benefit, and like engineers like you who are going to build such kind of a smart system, going to be earn more on that, right? So that is the future, right? So wherever we see the complex problem like this, we have to come up with the innovative way, engage the AI as much as possible, and make sure our system is efficient and very highly responsible, right? So that's where the world is. So we are living in the agentic AI world. So we are going to see such kind of solution in advance, and you guys have to build such kind of smart solution to make our resource solution more robust. Okay. So with said, like I'm just finishing on this smart dispute, and we'll ask Prakash to take over on that.
All right. So getting into the main topic now, let's talk technical. Okay. What exactly, as a student, you should learn and focus right now to get into this AI world, right? So first is the LLM layer. You should focus about how the whole LLM is working and how you can train those LLMs, and really focus on the reasoning part of it, because it's something the heart of the whole agentic AI world. Tool integration. Tool integration again, because LLM cannot do everything on its own, like brain cannot act or do or execute things, right? On the similar way, tools are the main part of the agentic AI world that helps to execute and complete those tasks. For example, if I want to convert a PDF into a Word document, so the tool that will be used is to convert that PDF into a Word document, because LLM cannot do on its own. So that's again the requirement. And in terms of the software business, it's more about the APIs, microservices that is required from the skill set perspective. Decision engine, again, it's the governance, because that's where the whole decisions are being made, including the LLM. Governance is very important because we do not want agentic AI to, take any decision or to an extreme decision on your behalf. Guardrails, again, it's more about how we are controlling the agents within the system, because we do not want to get into a situation where the whole money or the balance in your account is becoming zero, and agent is buying just for you and emptying the whole account, right? So guardrails is very, very important in terms of agentic AI world. Feedback loop, because it's something that we need to continuously feedback the agents, and it can improve in the near future based on the similar experiences. Why this stack? Unlike a standard chatbot, agentic system needs a robust decision engine and tool layer to safely move money. Statefulness is the main important, because in GPT world you do not get the statefulness. It's stateless because it doesn't remember what's been done in the past. But with agentic AI, it will be stateful, and it will be safe because there will be a lot of guardrails within it, and also adaptive because it will adapt to what is happening and how much balance you have within your account, and that's where it will make the decision how much of purchase needs to be done. Moving on to next, powering the autonomous agents. Again, this is something works in the background, because it's not just we are talking and creating agents in Python, but it's altogether a system which really makes those agents work, talk to each other, and execute the task. So what happens in the background? So all the agent needs to be in a cloud infrastructure or even on-prem if you want to execute. So AWS cloud knowledge is a must. Any one cloud information, if you guys have, it will help you understand how the whole system is getting deployed and getting executed in these cloud systems. So GCP Azure is also a good thing that you can learn. Any one system of the cloud you can learn and get used to it. Then Kubernetes, again, because we have to scale this system, based on the request that you are getting at the runtime, and that other related cloud frameworks. Again, on the architecture perspective, event-based design system is the latest design system that you have to focus on, because that includes Kafka in between. Any transaction related to the agentic AI is more on the async side of it, so that I'll take an example, like in Amazon, if you buy something, the order is getting reflected after some time in your order system, right? So that's the event-based architecture, because you update based on any action in the tables, and the other utility or the task reads those tables and get those populated within your order system. So that's where you need to learn. REST-based microservices or GRP is very much a skill set that you guys should have. And from the agentic intelligence perspective, again, I've spoken about LLM, RAGs, vector files, and vector databases that you need to learn. Python is a must, because 95% of the agentic AI world, or any of the Gen AI, anything that's getting developed is in Python. So a decision by an AI agent, right? So these are the tools and risk and other audit log that we make a decision on. I'll just skip this slide because it's already been covered in the risk and fraud in detail. So what?
Just a question, because this is very important. This section of the presentation is very important because it is very relevant to you, what you are learning in the university. So please ask questions, right? Raise your hand if you have any question. We are here to answer question because today what we see, a lot of students have a lot of confusion, right? With respect to what technology. Things are changing so fast, AI is coming in, what I should learn. Earlier it was data ML, data AI ML. Now people are more talking about the AI, right? And you are learning Java, maybe you are learning Python, you're learning so many technologies, you are learning about the cloud, right? So we are here to help you from the industry perspective. Please ask questions. We'll have around 15 minutes time for the Q&A. Dedicated only for those clarifications. Please raise your hand. Please ask questions. We want you, when you go back from this session, you have clear understanding about the expectation industry would have from you, right? So please make right use of this session. Looking forward for more questions from you.
Thank you, Asif sir. And this is exactly what this slide talks about. Why this matter for your career? So how the shift is working right now? So IT companies are no longer just hiring the software engineers, right? So you have to understand how the whole agentic or the AI things work, along with some programming expertise and some of the cloud related skill set. So the new designations that we are seeing in near future is the AI backend engineers. So they really work on the infrastructure side of the AI and how the whole agents is going to be deployed. The other thing is very important in terms of domain perspective. You should have a knowledge of our industry. For example, we work in a payment industry. So if you have a good knowledge about the payment industry and domain, it's very, very good to have. So all the material is readily available online. You can just search for like credit card system or debit card, how it works. And if you understand the whole flow of it, I think you will be 50% done with that domain knowledge. Rest everything in detail, you can go topic by topic and get the knowledge of those systems. Then again, there is another very much in talked about, like not much seen right now in the market is the governance part of AI, but it's going to be a very hot designation in near future. So AI governance and the risk engineers are very much will be very much required to put guardrails and lot of policy that how agents should work and in what framework they should work. So that's something important that how the whole industry is changing from the job perspective. Any questions on this? All right, core technical skills. As you all know, from day one when we enter into the engineering world, data structure DSA is something that everyone talks about, and it's must know, right? So I would suggest search on Google about top 75 DSA on Geeks for Geeks. I think that's more than enough for you to know about the DSAs. If you really struggle into the DSA, I would request keep on practicing 10 times one algorithm. It's must have, only then you will understand or get expertise into the DSA. Second is the system design, end-to-end deployment, how it's working, how CI/CD is coming into picture. That knowledge you should have. I'm not asking like you should do something end-to-end because it's really expensive to get a account on AWS and execute it, but you should know end-to-end how the whole system is getting deployed. So that's something that a must-have skill set in near future for the students. API and microservices, again, you can develop in Java, Python, or other languages, and it's very simple. Right now, if you just give a prompt on Claude or ChatGPT, it will create a basic hello world kind of a web microservices for you, right? So I think you should leverage all these tools to your advantage and start learning using AI and embrace it. Cloud and DevOps, I have already spoken about. AI and ML fundamentals, that you should know about RAG, you should know about LLMs, how to train LLMs, because even right now we are working and going through a phase of transformation, and everyone is learning RAG. But I would say in next couple of months, RAG will not be valid anymore. So that's how fast the whole industry is changing. All right. AI specific skill set, I will get a deep dive into it. Prompt engineering, everyone knows. I think you are really smart students and knows how to prompt and get a better prompt from the other GPT versions. So RAG architecture is, again, you can learn it from the Claude or Chat GPT to start with, but there are many good sessions available online. Even some courses are available where you can learn RAG architecture and multi-agent system as well. So multi-agent is nothing but everyone is talking about agents, but it's just a Python program which connect all the tools and execute on behalf of the LLM. So that's where you should start focusing on. It's very simple, nothing very techy or something. It's just you have to get adapt to it and embrace those technologies. LLM fine tuning basics is a must have because you can learn this within a week if you want, and it's there are many stuff online available to get you trained on the LLM fine tuning basics. Again, model evaluation is important, which is at a higher level. I think if you know the basics of it, it will really help you. Any questions on this? Any student who want to ask a question specific to this? Okay. How many of you are doing vibe coding? Vibe coding? All right. So which tool you are using for vibe coding? Wow, nice. Gemini? Okay. Copilot? Anyone using Copilot? Okay. Anti-gravity? Windsurf? Okay. These are some of the tools you should focus on. I think it's one and the same, but each has its own advantages. And if you know all these IDs and the tools, I think it will really help you to learn more about the AI. And what are the advantages that you can use? It will really help you guys for the industry level practices. Okay. Okay, again, I have spoken about payment domain expertise. There is a lot of material available online. You can just read about card processing. Just remember these keywords is important, will help you search online. Card processing, transaction lifecycle. PCI and DSS compliance is very important because we have all the payment related information within our databases that needs to be tokenized, cannot be exposed in any of the transactions. So it has to go in a encrypted way or in a tokenized way. Risk and fraud concept, Ritu has already covered about it, and also from the dispute resolution, Sitaram has already spoken about. The other areas, how the customer services in the payment industry work, that's ready material available online. Regulatory and awareness, it's very important because every country has its own regulatory compliances that we need to follow from a payment software company perspective. So each region has its own compliance, and that also readily available all that data online. Any questions on this related to the domain?
So first, I would like to just add on your previous comment, just an addition.
Yeah.
That you mentioned that we cannot do end to end in the deployment part because, as you mentioned, that AWS might be expensive when it comes to whole deployment. But just an addition that AWS provide free tiers for most of the services, and the services you mentioned like Kafka and EC2 instances, Postgres, that comes in RDS and all of them have free tiers, lifetime free tiers, and also 12 months free for if you go for a higher version as well. So if someone wants to learn something, they can just do the vibe coding part for the front end, and they can just do the deployment for free. So that's one of my addition.
Yeah, so great point. So cloud is available in free tier, and even Google and Azure provides all those things. But if you want to get deep into all the services, that's something that will be as a paid service. But good point for your area. I think you should focus on the free tier and try to get a hands-on experience on all the services which is provided in the free tier. Thank you. Thanks for your point. All right, soft skill is also very important because without soft skill, it's very difficult right now with the standards that you guys are setting in the industries. So it's very important. Problem solving, critical thinking, communication, ethical responsibility, and continuous learning. These are the area all the students should be focusing on. All right, question time, Neha.
Yeah, sure. So just explained about RAG, right? So what is the full form of RAG and how it is different from normal LLM? And they had the full form there also on the slide, if you remember, if you have seen it. Anybody? All right.
I believe it stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. Retrieval Augmented Generation. So what we do is RAG provides external sources and database to the LLM itself to derive context from an information from which LLMs may or may not have been trained on previously.
Perfect. That's a correct answer. Can we have the bottle? What's your name?
My name is Agastya. Agastya.
Agastya. All right. Can we have the bottle for Agastya? Thank you. All right. So a fun question. If you have to give AI a Bollywood movie name, what do you think it will be? I just need an interesting answer. I know there are no movies based on AI.
Maybe Chitti.
Chitti, that's an interesting one. Yeah.
Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum.
All right, Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum. Can we have the gift here? That's true. Sometimes it hallucinates. Sometimes you get the correct answer. All right, back to you, Prakash.
Thank you, Neha. So these are some of the steps how we, as from an industry perspective, we see how students should prepare. So build mini projects. That's step one. Join hackathons. Different hackathons happens online, right? So you should join hackathons even if you are not able to come at top level, but you should participate to know exactly what are the use cases those are getting developed. So GitHub contribution, whenever you code, do make sure that you are committing those codes in the GitHub, so that it shows how much of efforts and how much of coding you guys are doing. And you should include all those GitHub repos within your resume as well. On certification, do some cloud certification, do some language-based certification, and write blogs. It's very important for an overall development as a software developer. And from the industry perspective, these are some of the skills or things that industry looks into in each of the candidate and students. So this is something sample career roadmap. So if you want to start and if you are in first year, I think foundation is very important. Learn something about Python, basic languages, or Java, or some other front end languages. Do some coding. Prepare from Hello World to some complex level projects, and then get into the backend and cloud in the second and third year. Again, AI system and design, you can start from third year and fourth year, and then at least build a project which makes sense end to end and deploy in the cloud. So that's where you will get real hands-on experience and you will be industry ready. So this is something you have to start from day one, because right now everyone is confused about how we should prepare. And if you are in third year and fourth year, start doing all those things. I'm sure that you will be able to pick up all this skill set in no time. Any questions on this? All right. How we see future of the payments? So it's autonomous credit, financial advisor. Based on that, these are the agents who will advise you what shares and things to do within the market. Voice-based first banking. So based on voice search and chatbots, they will do and execute all the tasks related to the payments. And self-healing infrastructure, because right now one of the main challenges and most of the efforts that go into just enabling or making system resilient, there will be agents who will be acting on the behalf and will proactively resolve any of the issues within the infrastructures. Regulatory AI agents. So again, it comes under the compliances. It's very important part. As I said, it will be something that in near future there will be a lot of requirement on this area. Yes. All right. So I'll summarize, very quickly on. Yeah. Okay. So now you know more about agentic AI in payments, right? Than most of the people working in tech. The question is, what will you do with that knowledge? Build something, anything, start this weekend itself. Don't waste time, start this weekend itself. I think it's changing that fast. So once you start it, I think you will get more confidence and hands-on experience. And that's how we'll end this session. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Let's have a, yeah.
Anything was not clear to you, please feel free. Raise your hand. By the way, we have more givouts. So, yeah, raise your hand. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I have like a small question. So now, like, I have a story first, which is like associated with this question. Like, there's this celebrity called Shaq. So he had a story that he went to Walmart once and he like shopped for like a hefty amount, and his card was blocked. So now with the agentic AI, like from what I could gather from this whole session, like agentic AI can make decision on our behalf, right? So sometimes there will be decisions which are made by us, but like they might seem anomalous to the AI. So will that not hamper our daily functioning? Because like there are certain intervals and certain situations in which this happens.
Got it. I think that's very good question, and that is something I wanted to ask as the last takeaway. What is the main blocker do you see in the entire AI implementation? What is happening? What is the main blocker? From our side, right? From our side, right? As a consumer, whenever we have to consume any AI product, what is the main blocker? What is the main thing, what main concern come in our mind? Trust, exactly, right? So you're rightly hitting on the point. The trust is the main concern for any new system, irrespective of this, right? When this first computer came and the everything digital, era started, there were a lot of concern whether my payment will be safe, my money will be safe, my data will be safe, right? So all of those concerns today, do we have any concern? We go and very frequently, use our mobile to make payment. Think about 3-4 years back, you were not even installing Paytm on a mobile. There were people who were not installing Paytm because they thought their money will be stolen, right? But today we have built that trust through the system. So I'm sure there will be, at the same time, there's a lot of things happening in the AI world on governance. So the agents who are taking, as Ritu shared, what's happening on the fraud, right? So there will be agents who will be taking care of proactive decision on the fraud as well, fraud detection as well as there will be agents who will be taking care of all the governance, because there's a lot of regulatory requirement whenever it comes to launch any AI product today. And I'm not saying we can skip those regulatory. We have to meet all those regulatory requirements, and we are going to build product which will be safe, secure, which a consumer can trust, right? So that is something happening. In US, how many know there's Amazon Go store? How many know that? Amazon Go. Search on Google. Amazon Go is a fully autonomous store. You walk in the store, you buy the stuff, put on your basket, walk in. Nothing, no intervention at all. Nobody will check your stuff. Nobody will generate any bill. The bill will come on your mobile, and the payment is done from your card, whatever you said in the Amazon Go store. No intervention at all. So it's already happening, right? Prakash, you want to add anything? We have. All right, we have passed 1 minute past. But thanks for question. Can we give the bottle for the question? Very good question.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? All right. Are we good with the time? Okay.
My question is from Ritu ma'am. Ma'am, you said about the low risk score and high risk score. So my question was, what will be the low risk score, and how will the agent react to it if there's a very low risk score? Will it take any decision based on that, or will it just learn from that?
When I say low risk score, that means to system the transaction is authentic and it is going to approve it. Definitely, every transaction that happens, system learns from it. System observes it, reflects it, and keeps it in their database. Because based on all your spend that you do, it forms the patterns, it analyzes the patterns, and based on those patterns only, it assigns, it changes the weights that are assigned to a particular signal or a root. Okay?
Yeah.
Right.
A huge round of applause for FIS leadership team for such an insightful and engaging session. Your insights on how agentic AI is shaping the future of payments have given us valuable clarity on the direction in which fintech industry is moving. We sincerely appreciate you taking the time to guide and inspire our students. At this moment, it is our privilege to honor and felicitate the esteemed FIS leadership team for their valuable presence and meaningful interaction for this conference. So may I humbly invite Dr. Natasha Sthir ma'am and KM Soni sir to facilitate and honor FIS leadership team with a huge round of applause. Mr. Prakash. Ms. Ritu Karla. Mr. Sitaram Yadav, Director. Ms. Monica Gupta, Manager HR. May we request rest of the team to also join in. A huge round of applause for Shubham, Pooja and Neha as well. May I now humbly invite Professor Dr. Subia Habib, ma'am, to deliver a few words. With a huge round of applause, everyone.
So as we conclude this session, one thing is clear. The future of financial system will be powered by intelligent autonomous technologies. Today, we have not only gained insight into the payment industry, but also a deep understanding of the skills and mindset required to thrive in this evolving landscape. Thank you. On behalf of our institution, I sincerely thank the team from the FIS for this valuable interaction with our students. Thank you, entire FIS team, to be the part of this conference. We are really grateful for you all to be the part of this InCITe 2026. Thank you so much.
Students, please be after lunch. You have to come here only. F3-Seminar for the alumni session. Okay, so please be here only.
I request everyone to please be seated. We'll start in a short while. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sanvi from BTech Computer Science and Business Systems, and alongside my co-host Ritvik from BTech Information Technology, it is truly our honor to welcome this distinguished gathering. Today, we are privileged to be in the presence of an inspiring group of professionals who have excelled across diverse fields, ranging from cybersecurity and software engineering to consulting, project management, and beyond. Each of you reflects the strength and success of our alumni community, and it fills us with immense pride to witness the remarkable journeys you've undertaken since your time here. While today celebrates your achievements, it also brings back memories of the days spent within these very walls. Classroom discussions, last minute submissions, campus events, shared laughter in the corridors, and friendships that turned into lifelong bonds. Those moments shape not just your careers, but the individuals you have become. Seeing you return reminds us that no matter how far life takes us, our roots always remain here. We are deeply grateful that you have taken the time to reconnect, relive old memories, and inspire the current generation with your experiences. As we gather here not just as alumni and students, but as one extended family, let this reunion be a celebration of achievements, a rekindling of friendships, and a reminder that no matter where life leads us, this will always be home.
We are delighted to welcome Mr. Mukul Agarwal, who is the manager at National Gases, Mr. Viplav Madan, cloud architect at EPAM Systems, Ms. Abhilasha Tyagi, project manager at Yamaha Motor Solutions India Private Limited, Ms. Gitika Grover, who is the senior consultant at Tata Consultancy Services, Mr. Harshit Gupta, marketing director at LabCare, Mr. Praveen Mittal, retail consultant at Nagaro, Ms. Roli Rajvanshi, compensation analyst for APAC, Bechtel Corporation, Ms. Srishti Singh, Senior Consultant EY, Mr. Subhano Chatterjee, Senior Full Stack Engineer to the New, Mr. Shubham Chabra, Senior Software Engineer HCL, and Mr. Akash Srivastav, Senior Technology Consultant ZS. Your presence here today is a testament to the values, knowledge, and spirit that this institution instills in its students. We are proud to celebrate your achievements and reconnect with you as a part of our extended family.
Now, to give each of our alumni the recognition they truly deserve, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Anuranjana Ma'am to warmly welcome them and help us relive the memories of their time here.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed alumni, respected faculty members, delegates, and my dear students. We are present here to connect with our renowned alumni from 2010 batch, 14, 11, 20, 17 batches who are really upgraded themselves from undergraduate to the level where they are right now. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and gracious welcome to all of you to the Alumni Connect session organized as a part of the 5th International Conference on InCITe Information Technology, InCITe 2026.
organized by Department of Information Technology, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. Today's gathering is not merely a reunion. Being part of a legacy unparalleled in excellence, there is a strong sense of belongingness and togetherness that Amity shares with our alumni. Amity has built great leaders, entrepreneurs, engineers, technologists, scientists, and above all, wonderful human beings who are strengthening the brand of Amity through their untiring efforts and knowledge in all walks of life. Our alumni are not only ambassadors of the institution but also mentors, collaborators, innovators, and strategic partners in our journey towards technological disruptions and professional competencies and valuable are invaluable in shaping curriculum reforms, collaborative research, and student mentoring initiatives. We deeply value your continued engagement and support. Your presence today reinforces the strong sense of belongingness and shared purpose that defines our academic community. Now, I request Professor Dr. Natasha Hasti, Deputy Director Academics and HOD IT, to address the session with her insightful words. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naranjana. All my esteemed colleagues present here, dear alumni, and most importantly, the students of the Department of Information Technology. Good afternoon to one and all present. As they say, alumni are jewels in the crown of their alma mater. And it gives me immense pleasure and a deep sense of pride to welcome our distinguished alumni, our jewels, back to this campus. A place that once shaped their dreams, nurtured their ambitions, and laid the foundation for the journeys that they have undertaken. May I request you all to please put your hands together for everyone who has joined from the pass out students of the Department of Information Technology. We extend a very warm welcome to Ms. Ritu Bhatnagar, who's the Deputy Director Alumni Relations. She has been joined by her team from the Alumni Relations. And a very warm welcome to Ms. Gitika. We have Abhilasha, we have Mukul, we have Akash, we have Harshit, we have Praveen, we have Shubham. And it's bringing back memories not only to you but for us as well. It is more than a reunion. It is a celebration of a shared memories that you as students during your tenure at Amity and we as faculty that we share together. The enduring values that the university has given to you and the lifelong connections that we have built as a part of our journeys. As you walk through these corridors once again, we hope they bring back moments of learning, friendships, challenges, and triumphs that define your time here. We are so proud to see how each of you has carried its spirit forward, making meaningful contributions to industry, to society, and to beyond. Your presence on the campus today, dear alumni, reaffirms the strong bond between the institution and its alumni, a bond that time and distance can never weaken. You are our ambassadors, our inspiration, and a living testament to what Amity University Uttar Pradesh stands for. We've also been joined by Vipul, so please put your hands together for him as well. On behalf of the organizing team of InCITe, I extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you. May this visit rekindle old memories and inspire new connections and strengthen our collaborative commitment to give back and keep on growing together. Welcome home to all our dear alumni once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we can start the experience sharing session. So I welcome Mr. Mukul Agarwal, Viplav Madan on the stage, Abhilasha Tyagi, Gitika Grover, Harshat Gupta, and Praveen Mittal. Please come on the stage, please. So let us put our hands together for the distinguished alumni. And now I would like to start the session with Mr. Mukul Agarwal, who will introduce himself. He is a student, alumni of 2010 batch, BTech Information Technology 2010. So it is our, we can say, second batch of Information Technology Department. And we are very privileged to have Mukul, Viplav, Abhilasha, and Gitika from 2010 batch. A round huge of applause for them. And Harshit is from 20 batch, and Praveen Mittal is from 14 batch. So Mukul, I would like to hand over the mic to you for your experience sharing.
Thank you, Anjana ma'am, for honoring us. I have not prepared something, but I would like to share some details to you. It's really great to see you, everyone, after so many years. Life has changed a lot, and it has taken in many different ways. For me, the journey was full of learning, challenges, and growth. After college, I did not choose to go in job. I chose to step in business. It wasn't easy in the business. It was full of risk, failures, and challenges. For me, but I stayed consistent, kept learning, and keep moving forward. Today, I am proud to say that I have built something on my own. Like any business, it's still growing. But I have learned something that success does not come, it's not about earning money. It's about patience, discipline, and never giving up. Institutions like Amity University always emphasizes building not just professionals but leaders with values. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Mukul. Now I would like to request Viplav to take on the stage. Please. Yeah, you can use the mic.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Okay. Am I audible? No?
So you can take this. It is. You can come in.
Is it better now? Yeah. So I was not expecting this, to be honest. I just dropped by for some documents a couple of weeks ago. Ma'am met me, and that is when she mentioned this meet is there. Yeah, I passed out in 2010. Have around 16 years of experience in that industry now. And yeah, I lead almost a people of 70 guys now, handling a business of around 50 million for my clients per year. So yeah, it's been a great journey, and one of the things I will tell you is the college life that I spent here. That really prepares you for one thing, because when you go out, everybody goes on their own path. People achieve success. Everybody becomes successful in their own way. Trust me, nobody of you will fail in life. You'll all succeed. But the thing that will differentiate you from others in the world that we are facing now, especially in the AI world, is your belief system. So what I would recommend each one of you is to just develop a belief system, stand by it, prepare yourself, prepare these 4 years to develop that belief system. And that belief system, whatever you believe for, right, develop that and have the courage to represent that in the world when you go outside from here. If you're able to represent your beliefs, stand up for them, you'll all be great success in life. And I say that because I lead I said I lead a big team, a lot of people working under me. I get college grads coming every day working into my team, talk to a lot of business leaders as well. The thing that I look for and the thing that my clients look for is, am I able to represent my beliefs? Am I able to bring those to the table? And the day we are able to bring those, whoever is able to bring those, succeeds in life. So that's the only message I've got for you all. Yeah, best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Viplav. I think the students have taken this into note that they have to work hard and they have to believe in themselves for succeeding in life. And they all are from second year, third year, final year students. And final year, most probably they will be going this year. So they have to take in heart. Next, I would like to call upon Abhilasha Tyagi.
Hello everyone. So it feels me like very immense pleasure to be part of here, not as a student now, but as sharing my journey. So I still remember we were very anxious in our like 2010 batch, like which all companies will be here coming for placement. And I was the first batch who was placed in the first company, that is Wipro. So yeah, so my first company that I was placed in, and it was recruited by the Amity. It was Wipro. So Wipro, I moved to various other organizations like Cognizant, Capgemini, TCS, Genpact. But there I learned things at the kind of the basic level, developer level. But now currently I'm working at YMSLI and I'm learning things at the leadership level. So I am part of the data integration team there, and I'm growing the team, and I'm learning not as a kind of developer, but I'm trying to understand what all things matter at the leadership level, and I'm kind of driving the team, growing the team. I started with a team member of 3 and now I have a team of 18. So yes, definitely everyone shared the journey. You need to like work hard in terms of what is going into the market, but also you need to groom yourself. Amity give a lot of platform where you can groom yourself to become more I know that technology matters, it matters a lot, but the way how do you present it, like sharing your knowledge and presenting, that also matters a lot. So with technology, do be a part of all these activities which Amity give a platform. And yeah, thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, Abhilasha, for making them aware that how along with curriculum, co-curricular activities are equally important, and to develop themselves so that they become industry ready. Thank you. And now I would request Gitika to please come over.
Hi everyone, I hope you are good. I hope you are not sleeping. Okay, I began my journey at Wipro Technologies, of course with Abhilasha. She is my batchmate, roommate. So I can say that Amity has not only given me my foundation, but also a lifelong friend. So first I'll take this opportunity to give a gratitude or show that gratitude, especially to Sachin, Mukul, and Abhilasha, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, they were a big support to me. And if they were not there, specifically, I can say I will also not be there. So thank you, Abhilasha and Mukul. Okay, and of course, a big thank you to my teachers, Natasha ma'am and Ranjana ma'am. I still remember your teachings. Okay, and definitely it helped me a lot to shape my career, my path, and everything. Thank you, sir. Okay, so coming back to my professional journey, I can still say that I started with Wipro, where I started my SAP journey, and after that I joined TCS. And during this journey, I performed many roles. I started as a junior developer, then developer, senior developer, then technical solution architect. Now currently I'm serving as a project management. I'm leading a people of around 29 people. Okay, and but during my this complete journey, I analyzed that technical skills are definitely important, but having a business acumen is equally and more important now these days, especially when I'm learning about this AI solutions and everything. A deep in-depth knowledge of business, it is also required. So that will be all. A short brief of my journey. Thank you all.
Thank you, Gitika. And it is nice to see all of you here. So we all are also replenishing our memories. Now I would like to call upon Harshit. So Harshit, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Natasha ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of the alumni. So it feels great because last time when I came and ma'am invited me, it always replenishes the memories that me, and this time I have my batchmates as well with me. That what memories we created over here when we were sitting not on the stage, but where you are guys right now are, to inviting the faculties or the guests and all. And now we are just talking to you guys. We were just discussing when we were chit chatting, there were times when we used to only wear the badges, and now we are the alumni and wearing badges and sitting on the stage. So these are the memories that we created, and the only thing that I learned and we all learned together was books is something that we learn from, but the memories that and the information and the communication that we get from our professors is what will go on for your life. So over the past 5 years after coming out, because I'm to the junior sitting on this panel, 10 years junior back, but it's just that the journey that we have learned, the COVID has changed a lot of things, as she said. And now when we are in 2025, we have started 2026. So the journey is mostly important, not the knowledge from the books, but the knowledge that teachers gave us. So it's important that you guys take very seriously how you talk and how you learn from them. Books ना हो तो teachers के साथ connection हमेशा ही काम आएंगे. So just thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Harshit. Now I call upon Praveen. Please come on stage. Yeah.
Hello everyone, am I audible? Just a quick intro about myself. Praveen, based out of Delhi. I started my journey with a company owned by corporate executive board, owned by Gartner now. Then I switched to United Health Group, then I switched to HCL, and now I'm working with a company called Nagaro. So that's about me. 14 years wrapped in these 4 companies. Talking about my growth, I think I've been grown substantially only because of one important skill that I gained from Amity, which are social skills and communication skills. Just one thing I want you all to take from this university, right? You can learn technical skills and anything from outside the world, but you cannot get communication skills outside of Amity. I can tell you that. Now, talking about my experience, right? So let me maybe take a step back and tell you what you all are chasing for. I was chasing for success, right? So give me a maybe hand if you want to be successful in life. Yes? Okay. At least now I got your attention. Now I'm going to tell you the recipe to be successful, right? So there was a researcher called Angelique Duckworth. You can Google her also. She left her McKinsey job and she started researching on people just to identify what is one reason that makes you successful in life, right? And her was purely research based, right? She went to school, started learning about students who were good at math, how they will turn out to be in life, right? And this is not just for job, this is for people who are in business as well. She went to military camp to see who were the toughest military students and how likely they'll be succeeding in the assignment that have been given. From this to that, she has gone to every corner, and what she realized was for any person to be successful, you don't have to have social intelligence, you don't have to have high IQ, which generally people change that good marks equal to success. No, you need to have only one thing, and that thing is called grit. Grit is nothing but passion and perseverance for your very long term goals. It's like having your stamina to stand out and say, yes, I'm going to wake up today and chase the very long term goal that I have, right? So, just to summarize what I want to talk about from my experience, just be gritty about your goals and you will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Praveen, for sharing the practical experience. I'll say that yes, passion and perseverance leads to success. That is truth. And now, after when the alumni have introduced themselves, I have a small question for all of you. That how will you share your success story from you got from Amity, your journey, and how you reached there? Just in few lines. You can sit here and you can. Yeah, you can also share your favorite memory, best memory in the campus. Yeah, you can have the mics. From here. So we can start with who wants to take first?
Okay. I think the best memory is definitely, I've told you earlier also, I have a lot of good friends that I made it here, and the pre-examination preparation helped me how to handle that stress, because we used to have three exams in a day. So, and I used to travel almost around 40 kilometers from my home. So preparing all that stuff definitely helped me to have that, handle that corporate pressure. So that is real.
And when exam was about to start in 5 minutes, then somebody come in between. ये पढ़ा क्या तूने? What's like? अरे ये तो पढ़ा ही नहीं है, मुझे पढ़ा दे. So that was like the best part.
Yeah, that's true, because group study makes a difference.
Yeah.
Means what we are not able to understand, just studying, going through the books and all, if you discuss something, you will be grasping it in a moment.
Yeah.
So that's true. Yeah. So now, Mukul.
Basically, hello.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello. Basically, what Amity taught us, being if you are disciplined and you will never give up, you will always success. Like this, in the night, next day if our exam happens, the day before we prepare and we get good result. So being a discipline and being a you will get everywhere success in life.
Yeah, ma'am, also like audacity also they're given. Now even our offices, my manager come to me, okay यार ये बना दोगे क्या? I don't know how to make it, but I say हाँ हो जाएगा. Or then we do it. Like
Actually, we have learned to say never no to anything.
Yeah.
Yes, we know that we can do it and we will do it.
Yeah.
So, Viplav?
मैम मेरा तो यही है, कॉलेज का वो क्लासरूम का दरवाजा बंद होने से पहले भाग के क्लास में जाना होता था.
That is also a part.
Punctuality, that taught punctuality कि भाई पहुंचना है, because I remember second and third semester में I was telling man the other day as well, एक मैथ्स के त्यागी सर होते थे और एक सेमी कंडक्टर के गोदारा सर होते थे. वो दरवाजा बंद हो गया एक बार तो खुलेगा नहीं फिर वो. तो हाँ यस एग्जैक्टली. तो वो बस वही था कि कुछ भी हो जाए भागना है उनकी क्लास से पहले.
Actually, sir, I think that has made you learn that yes, everywhere we have to be on time.
वो फिर मैंने भी सीख लिया. मैं भी जब मीटिंग अरेंज करता हूँ दरवाजा बंद कर देता हूँ, कोई नहीं आता है.
I was about to say the same thing. इसके साथ we used to go to मैम कि मैम ओडी लगा दो, बीमार हो जाएंगे. वो एक तो हमेशा होता था. We were involved in so many, I think, societies and fests की we were running around. So that is what, handling too many things together at one time. You are involved in sports, you're involved in education, and then you're handling. I was the treasurer of my society, so that multiple task handling is what is helping me, because when I'm in my company, I have 5 tasks in one day, and how to control and do all the tasks together in a day is something, a multitasking. I've learned a lot from that. That's a problem and a memory that created help for me.
That memory made you learn, and that you are applying it till date. And I have seen that how you are managing.
So my father only tells me that you should know how to delegate well and align things. So that's what I've learned from him. And मैंने कहा मतलब ठीक क्या है.
Sure. So Praveen, you have shared a lot, but you can give some.
Yeah, I think one important one is fear of getting reward, which is like physics की second semester में lab है सुबह सुबह 9:30 we have lab and we have to get there 9:30 से 9:35 हो गया तो sir will not let us enter. I think that fear of reward was the memory throughout those 4 years we had, unless ma'am's OD saves us, which happened later. So yeah, that was the important one.
See, actually, when we are recalling, so we recall that हम लोग मतलब कितने mischievous भी हुआ करते हैं और वो हमें help out भी करता है later on, है ना? So it's really nice. Now I would like to ask students if they want to ask something from the alumni. Some questions if you want to learn from them. Yes, Patrick, please.
Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. As a student here right now, and I'm in my third year, so currently I'm very confused about lines of careers. Because बीटेक में आने के बाद समझ आया बीटेक बीटेक नहीं है, इसमें बहुत ही सारी चीजें हैं, क्या लिया जाए, क्या करा जाए, and since all of you are already like at very good positions in your career as well, what advice would you like to give us? So like इतनी confusion में कैसे हम अपने आप को थोड़ा sort out करें? It's so many options.
Hello.
Hello.
It's a very relevant question. ये हमारे see this field is as such आज भी मेरे दिमाग में भी ये question आता है because see especially if you talk about information technology field ऐसी है कि there is new technology coming up every 6 months. You have to constantly evolve. That's the only constant that you have to constantly evolve. You have to change yourself. You have to adapt yourself. I don't think in any field that happens that you've learned these 4 years and you're set for your life. That doesn't happen. You got to constantly evolve, constantly work hard. But like I said, the only thing that will make you succeed in life is your belief system, perseverance, hard work. Like Praveen also said, those are the factors that remain constant. Rest everything keeps changing. You have to learn new things constantly. And in terms of confusion, right? Now you've chosen BTech, IT तो कर ही रहे हो. जब pass out हो जाओगे, you at least have that stream, right? You have certain things that you like to do, certain companies that you like to work for. So that will get sorted. But the only thing is keep yourself updated with the latest things. World change हो रहा है अभी AI के साथ. Even for us, for me, like with experiences के बाद भी things are changing. So just be updated with whatever is happening. You have to obviously align yourself with whatever latest technology is coming up. But again, I will say just stick to your self things like perseverance, hard work, and all those things. That pays off, and that clears any confusion that you get in life. Right? Just stick to your beliefs. That's the only thing I think.
Hello. Yeah. So I think you were asking specific to what will be your like next set for the next set of years. So I can talk a bit about it because I'm into the YMSLI hiring part also. So what is we see into the like people like basic is the communication skills and the way they are presenting. Okay. So sometimes you don't know like some question is being asked and you're not aware about it. It depends upon the how level of confidence that you say. Okay, you don't know, but you will be preparing for it. And also when you are hired in a company, you will be placed in a 6-month training. So they will train you in all the things. Okay. So then they will see your capabilities. So like in my company, we have people trained the data integration. You must be knowing about Informatica. So we have been trained into the GenAI. We have an EDI department, robotics department. So all the GTs, they are called GTs. So they are being kind of trained in all the departments. Then just there's a machine test that happens. Based on that, we see the capability of the people. But now the batch that recently joined in our company, so we're asking because mine is a Japanese company. So first thing is Japanese. You should know Japanese. And second thing is AI. So You should know the data models, the latest data models that are being used, and how you can reduce your manual work. So if someone give you a slide to make, you will say, you take 1 week, but you have to use, they want that you should use prompt engineering, they want to use AI. So you should be very active with AI, you should be good with the communication skills and based on the company. So if it is a Japanese company, it is always preferable if you know the basic of Japanese. So for my company, it is always preferred that if you learn Japanese, like even if you are okay in the technical skills, then you are good, your career set.
Please take your placements very seriously. I can understand that many of you want to go for higher education, but my suggestion would be take some corporate experience. It is very much required and very much applicable. That would be all.
Just to add, because I had a similar situation with you, I got placed, but because COVID hit as soon as a batch, we had 2020 batch, 21 COVID started, and all the jobs were gone. So I had a job, but I was not getting the letter, should I join or not. Then I was just too much in the pressure, ki what to do, what to not. Then the mentor comes in. That's the place where, because you don't know yourself what your mentor knows. I still remember Sunil sir had called me, kya scene hai tera? So, he never was talking to me in the direct way. I can't speak how he spoke to me that night, but he just said कि जो तू कर रहा था मेरे को पहले पता था गलत है. He knows you in and out. The mentor knows you in and out. He guided me. I was always against कि you should do your own work than a job. Like not even a placement. Even if you're doing, your mentor knows you better than what you can know about yourself.
And I would also like to add one thing, that mentors are the best one to judge you and guide you in the right path, because each mentor knows each and every student, mentee very well. And so in Amity, we have the mentor-mentee relationship that is being established from each level. Now even the industry alumni, you all the students can get connected and they will become your mentors. So we say that they are also, we have an alumni mentor also. So I'll surely get you connected with these students, and it will be as, see, we have alumni from industry, we have alumni from business background, and so whatever you want to do, you can get connected with them according to that, so that you can guide them in the right path. So any other question from students? Next panel. Okay. So thank you so much, all of you. So we can have a seat now. So now I would like to call upon for the second round, where I have Srishti Singh, Subarno Chatterjee, Shubham Chabda, and Akash Srivastava. Yeah. You choose. Just okay. So I warmly welcome the batch of 2020, Akash, Subarnu, and Srishti, and Shubham has taken the call, so he will be coming. And Harshad. So Harshad. Okay. So I call upon Harshad again. Yeah. So we can start with this session. So I would like Srishti to please introduce herself. Or you can take it.
Hello everyone. Thank you faculty members for inviting us here. It's a really good memory to be back here and to feel that same energy coming here. I'm working as a senior consultant at EY, and it's all because of Amity that I could be here today.
I'll start with the basics and I'll just cut it short because obviously I know I was there on your side once upon a time and I used to get bored because of all the big and long speeches. So I would just like to tell you that just be confident in yourself because that is what matters when you give interviews, when you go out in the industry or whatever you may take up later after you graduate. Just you're part of Amity, and you might not feel it now, but Amity has already shaped you in ways that you will realize later when you go out in the industry. And obviously, I was there at your side. I was just calculating my attendance. I know we have to get that 90% mark somehow. So yeah, I've been there. I've been, very tired of all those assignments and everything. But trust me, all of that will pay you after you graduate from here. And these are the best years of your life. Life will just be a race once you graduate from here. So enjoy it as much as possible. And all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Srishti. Now I would like to call upon Subarno. Please come on.
Hello, everyone. So honestly, it feels surreal to be on this side of the stage right now because I still remember that there were times when I had the same look that you all have on your faces, that the fear of the 75% attendance and then looking at the time. So, oh, they have no time. But there must be some OD, right? So let's come to my part. So I work as a senior mobile developer right now, and the fun fact right here is that as a part of an in-house project itself, I still remember that Deepti ma'am told me to explore about Android development, and that was something that really clicked. And the pleasure of building the apps and letting them work in front of my eyes was something to behold. So I think that I took it too much to my heart, and am still in the same field as of right now. So the one thing that I would like to tell you is that do focus on your placements. You would have fun all of the 4 years, but during the placement season, try to get a good company because as someone already said, that the industry experience is quite valuable. Other than that, the only advice that I would like to say is that keep your head down, be consistent, and most importantly, have fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Subarno. Akash, please.
Hey everyone, my name is Akash Srivastav. I'm a senior technology consultant at GS Associates. I lead technology programs at GS Associates. I have close to 50 member of team under me. When I joined Amity, I think we've already summarized as a group that what we have got from Amity and stuff like that. But the best part that I got from Amity was I was working with so many people differently. I was working with Natasha ma'am on different papers and started with NTCC research paper that you are all right via ChatGPT nowadays. But I was working with Alpna Kakkar ma'am. I was working with different people. I was working with Anjani Bhatnagar sir on in ATPC as well. So that adapting to different personalities has helped me a lot because I'm in a consulting firm. I have to deal with different people on a daily basis. And yeah, I think as an advice to you guys, you're the worst workforce in the upcoming days. That's what we say. And for us, that's what they say. Okay. So that's that's an ongoing process. 5 years later down the line, you will say the same thing for the next batch. Okay. But trust me, as a generation, you are the one who are bringing disruption. You are one who are actually changing the ways of working that the industry has so far. People who are asking us to work 12 hours a day now are begging you to please complete 8 hours a day. Okay, so that's the best thing you can bring on the table. You can change the industry in the ways we have never imagined beyond the technology part of it. So yeah, all the best.
So thank you, Akash. And we know that he is all rounder. He used to always be there whenever we had some work, club activity hai, fest hai, हर जगह we used to see, yes, Akash is there. Even Harshit used to be there. And I am waiting for Shivam. So we can skip when he come. Yeah, he's on office call. Okay. So now I would like to ask that what is your favorite moment in Amity when you were as a student? Because COVID अब के बाद शुरू हुआ है, जब तुम लोग pass out, जब pass out हुए थे. Yes, online.
आई थिंक हमारा फेवरेट मोमेंट तो खराब हो गया था. हमारा कॉन्वोकेशन नहीं हुआ, हमारा फेयरवेल पार्टी नहीं हुआ. बट आई थिंक मेरा नॉट फेवरेट बट वन ऑफ द मोस्ट मेमोरेबल मोमेंट इज कि आई डोंट बिलीव कि वो आज भी हुआ था. सो हर्षित वाज देयर आई थिंक. So there was this cake cutting happening in the class. Okay, and it was my birthday, and so these guys remember. So what happened was that I think you guys are blessed now. I think Kesar sir is not here anymore, right? He's not. So there was I think he was the director in Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Colonel Kesar Singh, and he was the sword bearer of discipline within the campus. So I was cutting the cake and regular activity, cake on my face and everything. Comes in and takes me to his office, calls my father and tells him that your son is paying students to bring cake and then rub it on his face. So that entire day I was in his office, and interestingly, these guys bought the cake, and the cake was in Colonel Kesar Singh's in his office. That was the most memorable day.
So when he said, so me and my friend were just walking between IT3 and IT1 वाला जो corridor था. So between the class door, we were just listening to the music, and while walking, and it was just like a normal audio song or an audio file that we were listening on the phone. Kesar Singh sir came, and I and my friend were standing. He just kept hand on our shoulder, took us back to the office, and then he took the phone. Ki, what are you doing? What is this? And I remember he made us sit till almost 7:30, 7:30, and तब भी हम 7:30 पे घर चले गए because Natasha ma'am saw me standing outside his office. She came and said कि हुआ क्या सर, वार्निंग देके छोड़ दो, 7:30 बज रहे हैं, इनको कल सुबह फिर इवेंट के लिए आना है, ये आना है. तो he was like that कि कंधे पे हाथ रखा, कहते what is this discipline, and ले गए.
Yeah, same thing happened with me. Like on my birthday, I'm standing there because I was cutting the cake and there was cake on my face. Absolutely, absolutely.
The best moment for me personally was the final year of my college. That was when we joined ATPC, and there were all these companies that we used to sit for, prepare for, and there were all these memories where sometimes we were on that side of the table where the interviewer was asking us, and sometimes we were outside the door as well to guide the interviewer inside. And those were some of the and those were some of the best moments that I could remember. So yeah.
So I wouldn't say it's a very fun memory, but it's a realization kind of a memory for me. And उससे ये भी पता चलेगा कि Amity how it builds, and आपको बाहर जाते तो you actually realize that Amity has actually styled you so much. It was when placements all the time, because fourth year and then placements, and then all of us have to come in black and whites only. So I was really frustrated because 2-3 महीने हो गए थे and we were just wearing black and whites. I used to go back to my PG and I used to complain it to my roommate. यार पूरी life black and white हो गई है, एक तो अभी placement में भी ढंग से नहीं कुछ हो रहा है. And then there was one time a company that came in some other college and we all had to go there, about 10-15 of us from Amity. And then there I went and all of us were decked up and everything in black and white and coats and blazers and everything. People, they were just coming in like, they're just casually coming in and everything. I realized that, your black and white zindagi is shaping us for something really good when we go out and we'll stand out there. So that was a realization for me.
So, any other moment you want to, or yeah, students. Yes, now I would open the forum for the students for question answer round. Yeah, Vishwas, please. You can.
Myself, myself Vishwas from third year, BTech IT. My question is, what skill helped you the most in your early career age?
Early career. And this is open for you. So one mic we can make it, one mic we can keep there.
I think the one skill that helped me the most in my early career days were, I think it's communication. And it's not just your early career, it's your throughout your career. Okay. The more, so understand this, okay? We all are going through same curriculum. More or less 50% of you will be able to write the same level of code or same level of technology expertise you are bringing to the table. Okay. But how good you are actually letting other people know what is the solution to the problem that they are looking for within your organization, and how boldly you are able to bring your thoughts to the table will help you stand out. Okay. The relationship that you build within your organization with your seniors, with your like immediate colleagues, with your immediate juniors, is something based out of your communication skills only. Okay. And that is something that will help you grow throughout your journey. So not just your early career days, but yes, uh, like in your mid career days, or your when you're in a leadership position. Okay. The communication is one thing that is consistent throughout the board. Your expertise is of course evolving, changing. As someone mentioned that every 6 months you are changing, you're doing something new, learning something new. But how boldly, how strongly, how confidently you can bring your thoughts to the table is something that will help you stand out. Okay. Thank you.
To communication wise important is, I think when Baiju came for placements in Amity, I think there were 150 people who got selected for one-on-one interview, and they selected only 11, and I was luckily one of them. And the only one skill that when the interviews were happening in the library, under the library halls, so they never asked what you have learned, what you know, what's knowledge you have. They only asked me to do one thing: pitch me this pencil. And it was not how I sold the pencil or something. He was just liking how I was communicating him about even in the worst ideas कि वो pencil किस तरीके से उनके काम में आ सकती है. So the communication that we had, I think, gave me the confidence. So the confidence, and there was a professor who I was working with. I was just his shadow when there was an event. So the way I helped him and the way I was guiding him, he said, whenever you come to the university, you let me know. I'll sit with you and we'll have any education that you need. So it was just the communication that helped. Connecting the right way helps you a lot.
Yeah, communication as well as writing skills, I would suggest. How do you put things on the paper also matters a lot in the corporate journey. So yeah, that also you can take into account.
Yeah, Akash, you want to say something?
Just reminds me of the Baiju interview. Like Baiju's, when I was trying to help her. And sorry, I'm spilling few secrets from my batch. Okay, and don't judge us. Okay. So when Baiju's came to the campus, there was a fight for people who were left. Many of them were left who were trying to get into Baiju's, and the interesting part was one of my friend was not placed. Okay, so he was also looking for a job. Now the biggest challenge of cracking into Baiju's was communication at that point of time. Okay, so when we were sitting for the group, I was already placed, so I was trying to help a friend out. Okay, so we actually switched our names and we got into the group discussion. And when I was speaking, that other person got selected because I was like the name was his and I was speaking. So that was the people were so much like this fear used to fear a lot that how will they talk during their initial days of career. Of course, after 5 6 years, you are fine tuned that way. But if you're fine tuned that way very early in your career, it will be a lot more helpful for you to grow at a scale that you could never imagine. Okay.
So it might have helped him out apart. Yeah, anyone else wants to ask a question? Arul, you had a question? Shishir, sorry.
Hello, Bhaiya. I have a startup. I recently started my own, and I wanted to ask what sort of advice would you give to somebody who is recently getting into his own industry or starting his own brand?
What exactly is the startup that you are working on?
So right now we are using we have a charger startup, EV charger startup. We are establishing chargers in north as well as south. We have 100 plus chargers in south and 20 plus chargers in north. What different we are doing compared to our competitors is that we are providing franchisee model to the investors. So it's like you can invest and you will get some sort of income back.
So, since I also do something similar in the electronic field, so the two goal that I keep is customer first. And when you say customer first, make sure that your customer does not go home with a complaint in their head or a grudge in their head. Because once you lose a customer, you will not lose one customer, you lose 10 customer at least. Because he'll never. So when a customer likes your product, so they'll talk to four people about it. They'll make four people use about it. So basically, it's a bunch of 5 to 10 people that gets connected with you. But once you lose, you'll not only lose them that can come, the potential customers, but also the people who are already using your product. यार मुझे तो ये बुरा लगा, and they'll go give a feedback. So customer first is very important. Making sure customer is going home with the assurance, and this is also a case study of many brands. So people going home just to help the startups, going home to help and make sure that even a customer felt bad. See the way he made his Instagram come down. He lost almost 1,200 followers in an hour just because of one comment that he did. So making a customer happy is important. And for the investors, how will your model benefit them? Because they'll not invest once, they want to invest twice. They want what is the skin in the game that you own. So having a model, not what you'll deliver today, then you need to plan what you'll deliver in the next 3 years, planning it from today. See, if you're delivering a charger today, along with the charger, what kind of energy or potential upgrade you can plan is something. If you'll hand, they'll feel कि यार there is something skin in the game to keep connected with you. Otherwise, they'll just give you money and they'll back out because they're there to just invest money. They don't mind giving some X amount to you and then giving 2X amount to the other person because there's skin in the game more. They need to keep hooked to you. So that's very important in a startup. Because startup, why collapse is the financial crunch. And when you don't have the customer and when you don't have the finance, then what will you do with the startup?
Did you seek funding from anywhere?
So right now, I'm the second generation, and we are a bootstrapped. We never had the intention of taking any funding. मतलब या गुप्ता खानदान वाली कहानी थी कि जो है खुद करना है वाला. So we never took. We know कि जो हम own करते हैं is what we should own. But yes, there were people who came in our business who connected with us. They did not invest on a money, but they invested their time. They invested their trust and support, because of which I think the brand that we have today is mainly because of the relation quality. No one talks about हमने कितना कमाया, हमने कितना किया, क्योंकि हर कोई कमाने तो बैठा ही है, 2% कम ज्यादा, but they only talk about we are connected with a brand which is a legacy, which is giving quality to the customers. So that they're connected with the journey, that's the most important thing.
Thank you very much.
Viplal, you want to add something?
Just timely delivery and quality, like you said. You just treat customer is like a god, and things will 100% come to you.
For the startup idea that you have now, the time when I was working in my field, we used to say जो दिखेगा वो बिकेगा. Now the industry is like जो दिखाओगे वो बिकेगा, चाहे कुछ भी हो. So just make sure that you pitch your customers right.
That's true. Any other questions? Anyone? Okay. So thank you so much for your valuable insights. And last thing, just I want to ask that could you give one takeaway to the students what they should in one line, sum up in one line for your juniors, all of them.
enjoy as long as you can.
Same point.
Just make the best memories out of these 4 years. Okay, that's it. Post that, people from these 4 years will be, I'm hoping. So Ashish is also a very good friend of mine, but so these two are like my one of my closest friends, and I've got them from campus. And today we meet every week, and that actually, if I would not have had any good friends in the campus would not have been memorable. So yeah, so make best use of these 4 years within the campus.
So ये 4 साल तुम्हारे अगले 40 साल हैं. Just simple line. What you'll have these 4 years, you don't remember what you did in school. You might not be very much connected to the people in the school, but what you will have connection over here is what will go with you for the next 40 years, which what you'll be discussing with your partners. कि यार ये मेरा दोस्त है, उनके partners. That's the growing family that you'll have.
Yeah. So I would say like the same thing. Enjoy as much as you can, and also utilize Amity platform as much as you can, because it's definitely going to shape up your journey a lot. But because it give you all the platform, technical communications, maybe act. It give you all the platforms. So please use it properly and please make good friends.
Thank you.
100% hard work in these 4 years can make you successful in 100 years.
100 years.
Geetika, we want to hear from you too.
There is nothing new that I can add. I think they all have consolidated all the messages that even I want to give.
But something special might be there. कुछ तो होगा जो बच्चों के लिए होगा.
So definitely enjoyment is necessary, but taking your study seriously is very much required and very much need of the hour. So enjoyment is definitely there, but your hard work and your dedication is also required. That I can say. That's it.
So, Praveen, we want to hear from you too.
Well, like I echo with her, like everything has been said. Well, lastly, I would say please enjoy the fest because it's just 2 days. Amity's fest is fantastic. So yeah, please enjoy that. And yes, live life like a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, you can have a seat there. And thank you all the alumni for sharing your experience and your journey in Amity and making a successful career ahead. So God bless you all. Now I would like to request Ms. Ritu Bhatnagar, the Deputy Director, Alumni Associations, to wind up the session.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Anuranjana ji. Thank you so very much, Dr. Natasha ji. And in absentia, Dr. M.K. Pandey sir, under whose leadership this conference is being organized. So let us all give a huge round of applause to the HY, HOD faculty members, all those who have organized it. And the student volunteers, they are working very hard. They are bringing you all together. They are organizing everything. So a huge round of applause for the students. So many of the alumni, they've all shared their experiences. They've all encouraged you, motivated you, shared their stories and the inspiring words. I have nothing to add here much, but just on behalf of our Honorable Founder President Sir, our Dynamic Chancellor Sir, our Vice Chancellor Madam, our Additional Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, and my entire team of alumni coordinators and alumni relations office, I thank you all, especially the alumni, for making your time, for your convenience, for joining here and sharing your thoughts. For all the students who have joined this session and participated in the interaction, I have just two things which I want you to all please note down. These alumni are your extended family members. When you have any difficulty in your life, you have any query, you have any dilemma, where you cannot go to your family, you cannot go to your friends. These are your extended family members whom you can approach. They can give you guidance for your personal and as well as for professional matters. So how you can connect with them? So we have created a platform that you can connect with each other, and we are always there to help you out. So thank you so very much. I know the time is less. The valedictory has to start. So I wish you all the best for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your guidance and for the alumni connect that we have created. So now I would like to call upon Maitri to take on the stage.
Good evening, everyone. I am Maitri Shah, and on the behalf of Department of Information Technology, as the Student Alumni Coordinator, I would like to propose to you the vote of thanks. I would like to express sincere thanks to our respected head of department, Dr. Natasha Hasdeep, our alumni coordinator, Dr. Anuranjana, and the entire faculty for their constant guidance and support. A special thanks to our gifting partner, Keelit, for making this event even more memorable. We're equally thankful to all our sponsors and our partners for their generous support. And lastly, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests and alumni who have taken the time from their busy schedules to be with us today. Your presence has truly elevated this occasion. Your journeys, experiences, and achievement continue to inspire us and evermore. So, as a token of appreciation, we would like to felicitate all the alumni here. First, we would like to start with Mr. Mukul Agrawal.
I would like to call upon Natasha ma'am, Ritu Bhatnagar ma'am, Sarudhir ma'am. Please come on stage to felicitate our alumni.
Yes. To start with, we have here Mr. Mukul Agrawal. A huge round of applause, please, for our alumni. Please keep the applause going. Next, we have Mr. Viplov Madan. Next, we have Abhilasha Tyagi. Miss Abhilasha Tyagi. Followed by Miss Gitika Grover. Miss Gitika Grover, ma'am. Please keep the applause going. Let's not. We are. दिखाओ यार आईटी के बच्चे हो. Next, we have Mr. Harshit Gupta. This conference was also supported by LabCare, our partners. Next, we have Mr. Praveen Mittal. Followed by Ms. Srishti Singh. Mr. Subarno Chatterjee. I invite now Mr. Shubham Chabra. And Akash Srivastav sir.
So, hello everyone. So, yeah, hi everyone. So sorry for being late and all getting you waited. So yeah, so I have started my journey in this college around 2016, and we are of the batch of 2016 to 2020 in from IT, and we have already spoken with my colleague, the batchmates Akash, Srishti, and Subarna, who have already given you the speech. So yeah, from here I've started my journey in Wipro, and after that now I'm working in HCL, where I'm working as a senior software engineer, and it's been around 5 years in IT I am working. So basically, I would like to tell you is just don't prepare for exams. Always prepare for after the college, what will be the main thing for you in the life, and never choose the growth. Always choose the growth over the comfort. Never be like yeah. And I will always tell you to do that your reputation starts here. So like if the habits you build here, that will help you shape your career and this. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
So he has to also share his favorite moment. What? Of amity. Yes.
Favorite moments for us, it was nothing about the study. If I will tell you, it was always the H block or the bully we always used to go and all. And the favorite memory is sitting here with my friend. So always build that memory. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Shubham, for sharing your moments. So now yeah. So Shubham Cham. As yes, I would like to ask all our faculty members, Monica ma'am. Yes, we would like to felicitate Ritu ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Now I request all the faculty members and the alumni for a group photograph.
Let's line up here and we have let's line up with the photograph. Center we can be here and you all can be in this. Yeah. See, we can come here. Line up. Quickly line up. Everybody, are we leaving anybody?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it was a nice
Please don't leave the hall. Session is still going. Everyone at the back, please don't leave the hall. Validatory session is going to start soon. Just wait for next 40 minutes. The session will be of 40 minutes only.
Hello, hello, hello. May I have everyone's attention? May everyone please be seated? Front row. A very good evening to our esteemed dignitaries, respected faculty members, distinguished speakers, researchers, delegates, and our dear students. As the sun begins to set on these intellectually enriching days, we gather once again not to conclude but to celebrate. Over the course of InCITe 2026, ideas were not merely presented, they were ignited. Conversations did not just happen, they evolved. And collaborations were not simply discussed, they were born. On behalf of the Amity School of Engineering and Technology, we warmly welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of InCITe 2026, the 5th International Conference on Information Technology, themed Agentic Intelligence, Empower Your World. I am Srishti from Computer Science and Business Systems, alongside my co-host Athar from Computer Science and Business Systems. We are honored to guide you through the final chapter of this extraordinary conference.
Before we start, I would like to request all the dignitaries on the sofa to kindly take their seats on the dais.
May we have a huge round of applause.
Every conference begins with promise, but only a few conclude with impact. Over the past sessions, we have witnessed transformative discussions spanning artificial intelligence, emerging computational paradigms, digital health, intelligent systems, sustainability, and beyond. As we prepare to formally conclude this global gathering of minds, we once again invoke knowledge, wisdom, and light.
Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dham Sampada, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepa Jyote Namastute. With the same spirit of illumination that marked our very beginning, we commence the valedictory ceremony with the lamp lighting ceremony. We kindly invite the esteemed dignitaries to step forward for the lamp lighting.
May we have a huge round of applause for the dignitaries, please? Thank you, respected dignitaries. You all may please be seated for the further proceedings. We are thrilled and privileged to invite Professor Dr. Natasha Hastir Ma'am, Deputy Director Academics and Head of the Department of Information Technology at Amity School of Engineering and Technology, as well as the General Chair for InCITe 2026. With over 2 decades of extensive and diverse experience in both academia and industry, Ma'am is a true source of knowledge, inspiration, and wisdom. Her visionary and dynamic leadership, combined with her innovative and groundbreaking ideas, have been instrumental in shaping the theme and direction of the conference. Please, Ma'am.
We have a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much, Srishti and Atha. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished dignitaries on the day, guests from India and abroad, delegates, faculty colleagues, alumni, and most importantly, dear students. Warm greetings to one and all present here. At the outset, on behalf of our most respected founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, the founder of Ritnan Balved Education Foundation, it is my utmost privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session of the 5th International Conference on Information Technology on the theme Agentic Intelligence Empower Your World. It has indeed been an honor to host leading scientists, distinguished academicians, and industry experts from across the globe for this 2-day international summit. Over the past 2 days, this conference has brought together brilliant minds from across the countries, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, and students, all under one roof. Today, we are extremely honored to have the august presence of distinguished guests for the closing ceremony. Dr. Pantelis from Queen's University, Belfast. May I request you all to please put your hands together for him. And Mr. Mohammad Asif, Senior Vice President, Fidelity Information Services. Please put your hands together for him. We have also been joined by Dr. Bloom from the Spanish National Research Council, who's there in the hall. We have also been joined by Dr. McLoone from Queen's University, Belfast. And we also have Ms. Wissel, who is from the Hague University of Applied Sciences, Netherlands. And our guest from Fidelity Information Services, Mr. Prashant is also there. Prakash is also there, who has joined Mr. Asif for this session. Thank you so much for your kind presence. We welcome Dr. K.N. Soni, Deputy Dean Engineering and Technology, and Dr. Pandey, Director Assets, to the valedictory session. Please put your hands together for them. When we speak of agentic intelligence, we speak of more than algorithms. We speak of systems that can perceive, decide, act, and learn with increasing autonomy. We speak of technological frontiers that challenges not only our engineering capabilities, but also ethical frameworks and governance models. Throughout this conference, through various keynote addresses, technical sessions, and panel discussions, we have explored profound questions. How do we design AI systems that are not only capable, but trustworthy? How do we balance innovation with responsibility and ensure that autonomy is aligned with human values? What has stood out most clearly is that the future of agentic intelligence cannot be built in isolation. It requires interdisciplinary dialogue and international cooperation. We are grateful to our most respected founder president, sir, for giving us an opportunity to organize this conference. Sir, you have always been a source of inspiration to us. We are grateful to our Honorable Chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, who was present in the inaugural session of the conference. Sir, your encouragement uplifts our confidence and gives us strength. Thank you so much for your support and guidance. We also welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, who will be joining us online for this session. We thank her for giving us a direction to organize this conference. It is a pleasure to share with all the guests of the valedictory session today that Amity Education Group, being a leading global brand in education with a focus on quality research and innovation, have 12 universities in India and 17 international campuses, including US, London, UAE, Mauritius, Singapore, Romania, among many other countries. Amity University has been consistently ranked as a leading research and innovation-driven university, and this is a testimony to our commitment to excellence in teaching, research, and innovation. The stupendous achievements of our university has been possible because of the vision of our Honorable Founder President, sir, who has given us a task to make every student of ours into a success story. We were very happy to have the presence of so many alumni amongst us today, just in a session before this, who were sharing their success stories with us. It was such a pleasure to see them come back to their campus, maybe after 15 years or so. And I'm sure they were also equally happy to be a part of Amity University once again in person to visit during the conference. Their presence have also added lot of happiness to our Honorable Chancellor, sir, whose vision is holistic development of every student. At Amity, there is commitment to provide opportunities for broadening students' educational experiences beyond classrooms. And international conferences like these is one such endeavor of ours to give you the best learning experience. For InCITe 2026, we would like to acknowledge Fidelity Information Services, and the Senior Vice President is sitting amongst us. Please put your hands together for FIS, ladies and gentlemen. They have been the supporter of the conference for many, many editions now. We have a long-standing association with them, and not only this, they have also been our recruiter. Thank you, Mr. Vasif, for taking students from us. We were very happy to see Shubham and Neha today. And I'm happy to share with all of you that Neha also mentioned that her husband is also an alumnus of BTech Information Technology. We really are happy to note that. Pulkit is the student whom we taught once. And as academicians, we are very happy to see our student progress well in life. We are grateful to Center for IT and National Development in Africa, Sitanda, University of Cape Town. We are grateful to Lawrence Technological University, US, University of Pretoria, South Africa, and Center for Intelligent Autonomous Manufacturing Systems, Queen's University, Belfast, and also the Q Clouds Lab, University of Melbourne, Australia. We are living in a moment shaped by transformative breakthroughs from organizations like OpenAI, DeepMind, Anthropic, among many others. Yet, the true impact of agentic intelligence would not only be defined solely by technological milestones, it will be defined by collective wisdom and foresight of communities. As we close this conference, let us not think of this as an end, but as a transition from dialogue to action and from possibility to responsibility. One community without which this conference would not have been possible is our own very beloved student community for participating in the conference. And we know how important it was for you to also attend various events of the Amity Youth Festival. But we really commend all of you who are sitting here in this hall. And that calls a huge round of appreciation for all of you for attending various sessions of the conference. We thank and commend the distinguished scientists, renowned academicians, and leading industry experts from eminent institutions from across the globe who associated with InCITe. While we welcome you to the closing ceremony, we also extend gratitude to all participants, invited speakers, advisory committee members, reviewers, delegates, faculty, and students, most importantly, for making it possible. We thank you all for giving us your best minutes and pivotal support. We hope that each one of you will keep the flame burning and impart one's maximum from what we learned during this international scientific conference. May the connections formed here evolve into collaborations. May the ideas shared here mature into solutions. Once again, a very warm welcome and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and for steering this conference with such remarkable leadership. We now invite Professor Dr. K.M. Soni Sir, Deputy Dean of Engineering and Technology at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. With over 24 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic administration, he has authored several books and more than 50 research papers. His research expertise spans power electronics, advanced control systems, and signal processing. We respectfully invite Sir to the dais to address the gathering. Over to you, Sir. May we have a huge round of applause.
Thank you, dear students. Good afternoon, everyone. Person on the desk, eminent speakers, delegates, university officials, HOIs, faculty colleagues, alumni, and my dear students, all those who are attending this valedictory session online or here in person. On behalf of our most respected visionary founder president, Dr. Sukhdev Chauhan, very dynamic Chancellor and President RBF, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Vice Chancellor Dr. Brandon Shukla, who is attending this session online, and the domain of engineering technology, I welcome you all to this valedictory ceremony of 5th edition of this international conference on information technology, that is InCITe 2026. It's a privilege to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Pentlis, Queen University Belfast, UK, and Mr. Mohammad Asif Ali Khan, Senior VP, Federally Information Services. We look forward to hearing their valedictory addresses. We warmly welcome other guests, especially Dr. Bloom, Dr. McLoon, and other delegates and panelists. It's a great pleasure for us to have them in this valedictory session. I also extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Bundu Shukla, and other officials of the university. Without their constant guidance and support, this international conference would never have been possible. The long list of distinguished and diverse participants from around the world who have deliberated in this conference as speakers, panelists, or otherwise is testimony to our global recognition and rankings. The domain of engineering technology is having about 6,000 students and 250 faculty members offering UG, PG, and doctoral level programs in various course disciplines and specialized areas such as AI, data science, nuclear science, aeronautical engineering, space science, electrical vehicle, drone technology, defense technologies, etc. Our students and faculty members are doing research in cutting-edge technologies such as AR, VR, ML, DL, cloud computing, data security, data analytics, image processing, robotics, mechatronics, IoT, cybersecurity, etc. And we are offering specializations, elective minors degrees, honors specializations, and also master degree programs in these areas. The engineering technology keeps up with the rapidly changing technology by organizing conferences on the latest cutting-edge technologies. InCITe 2026 is such endeavor where over the last 2 days we have deep insights into several developments in the areas of conference theme and other related areas through various keynote addresses, invited talks, your presentations, and panel discussions, have interacted with eminent researchers, scientists, and technocrats from academia and industries. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Founder President Sir, our Honorable Chancellor Sir, and Vice Chancellor Madam for believing in us and giving us this platform for the benefit of one and all. We thank and commend the distinguished scientists, renowned academicians, and leading industry experts from eminent institutions across the globe who are associated with InCITe 2026 for mutually beneficial relationships. On behalf of engineering technology domain, I once again heartily welcome you all to this valedictory ceremony and thank everyone for your support to InCITe 2026. And last but not least, I must congratulate ASSET, especially Dr. Pandey, Dr. Tazastir, and Department of IT for this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address and for sharing your academic wisdom and encouragement with us. We now invite Dr. Sarudhir, Organizing Secretary, InCITe 2026, to present the brief summary report of InCITe 2026. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Uncle and Tracy. Good evening, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and participants. InCITe is an initiative taken to nurture the talent and promote research and innovation, which is the vision of our most respected founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir. The continuous motivation provided by our dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, and constant support of our vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, has been highly instrumental in conducting this two-day international event. I, Professor Dr. Sarudhir, take this opportunity on behalf of the InCITe team, InCITe 2026 team, to extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of you for your valuable contribution in making this event a grand success. A special note of thanks to Professor Dr. Natasha Hastir, ma'am, General Chair of InCITe 2026, for her tremendous support and invaluable guidance throughout the conference proceedings. She has been the epitome of leadership and a true source of inspiration to all of us. Building on the grand success of the past edition of international conferences, the Department of Information Technology, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, organized the 5th International Conferences on Information Technology, InCITe 2026, on 26-7 February 2026. InCITe has established itself a premier platform for scholarly discourse. This 5th edition focused on transformative theme, Agentic Intelligence Empower Your World. The conference explored the evolution of AI into autonomous agents capable of independent reasoning and complex workflow execution. InCITe 2026 brought together the academia, industry, entrepreneurs, and researchers to discuss the challenges, advancements, and prospects in the fields of decision making, generative AI system for autonomous workflows, system design and modeling, intelligent network and security, computational intelligence and machine learning, deep learning, smart IoT, artificial intelligence for science, arts, and business and knowledge, and data driven intelligence, to name a few. In these tracks, authors elaborated on cutting edge technologies such as reinforcement learning, explainable AI, large language models, digital twin technology, blockchain, hybrid CNN, LSTM models, and graph neural networks. InCITe has become a well-known conference in the country and abroad in recent years due to its high-quality, peer-reviewed research articles, invited talks from renowned academic and industry leaders showcasing their latest innovations and networking opportunities. The conference received a huge response in terms of 505 research paper submissions from researchers and academicians from across the globe, like University of Pretoria, South Africa, Spanish National Research Council Spain, the Hague University of Applied Sciences, Netherlands, IITs, DTU, IIMs, Thapa University, Tejpur University, NSUT Delhi, NITs, and many others. A total of 77 research papers were selected and registered for presentation during this two-day international summit. There were 8 tracks in total for the paper presentation by the authors. InCITe 2026 is supported by a strong advisory and technical program committee from India and abroad. This year, InCITe 2026 showcased more than 20 keynote talks by eminent speakers from countries like the USA, the UK, Canada, Australia, Japan, Spain, South Africa, Netherlands, New Zealand, and others on the most recent research trends and findings. A panel discussion on She Speaks Part, Women Leading the Digital Revolution was conducted with distinguished panelists from Directorate of Futuristic Technology Management, DRDO, University School of Automation and Robotics, and University School of Design and Innovation, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi, ST Microelectronics, Genpact, and Thrive Global AI. A significant highlight of this event was the signing of a Memorandum of Agreement MOA between the Amity University Uttar Pradesh and Queen's University Belfast UK. During the conference, an invited talk by industry experts from S&P Global, Palo Alto Networks, and ST Microelectronics was conducted to discuss emerging trends, leadership challenges, and strategic innovation in the era of advanced AI systems. Another insightful session on why agentic AI matters for the future of payments was organized by the experts from Fidelity Information Services. It was our great pleasure to present honorary professorship to Professor Dr. Bjorn Schuler, professor at Imperial College London, UK, and Mr. Ganesh Sahai, Global CTO at Nagaro. The InCITe 2026 conference has been supported by Fidelity Information Services and LabCare. An insightful alumni meet session was organized just before the valedictory session with our alumni from Indian Navy as well as organizations like LabCare, Crawl Cyber Race, EPM System, Yamamoto Solutions, Indian Private Limited, Adobe, TCS, Nagaro, Vector Corporation, EY, to the new HCL and ZS. We hope that these 2 days of the conference have been extremely productive, insightful, and have provided you all the tremendous knowledge through different talk and track sessions organized during the conference. It was great to host you all at InCITe 2026. We thank each one of you for making InCITe 2026 a great success. Thank you, everyone.
May we again have a huge round of applause for Dr. Sarudhir ma'am. We thank ma'am for her comprehensive overview. The report truly reflects the depth, diversity, and global participation that defined InCITe 2026. We now move forward to hear from our distinguished guest of honor. I have the privilege of inviting our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Pantelis Topasakis, lecturer at the Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. Sir is a distinguished researcher in robotics, embedded systems, and control engineering. He served as a lecturer in robotics and director of the Master of Sciences in Electronics at Queen's University, Belfast. His academic journey includes a PhD in chemical engineering. His work spans robust and hybrid model predictive control, fractional order systems, spacecraft attitude control, and AI-driven computational methods in pharmacology. He continues to advance intelligent and risk-aware control systems with real-world impact. We are honored to have him here with us today. We now request Sir to kindly step forward to the dais and address the gathering. Over to you, Sir. May we have a huge round of applause for him.
Thank you all for being here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee and Dr. Natasha Castillo personally for the organization of such an exceptional event. It's remarkable that people at Amity University put such huge effort and regularly bring together people from all around the world to be here in person and give talks on their fields of research. Secondly, I think there are no words to commend the hospitality people here have shown to us, their guests, and in particular the care that we have received from the students over the last few days is remarkable. So we have all enjoyed a 2-day event which has been very well attended by members of staff and students alike. This was something I was discussing with my colleagues over dinner yesterday, and we were saying how impressed we are by the fact that so many students are here and that they are keen to participate, engage, ask questions, insightful questions, actually showing that you're here to learn, actually you're here to discover things, and maybe you're imagining a future in research, or certainly one where you will leverage these technologies that emerge nowadays to shape the future of engineering. it was a particular honor for us from Queen's University also to sign a memorandum of agreement with the University of Amity that will strengthen our collaboration and will allow students from Amity University to come to Queen's University Belfast and study for a couple of years and then obtain a double degree at the end. But most importantly, it will be a great opportunity for them to gain an invaluable experience in an international environment. Lastly, I wanted to conclude with a couple of words about Agentic LLMs, which has been at the core of attention in this conference. So I'm noticing that certain people are waiting with excitement to see how LLMs will transform engineering. Others, or maybe the same people, were all looking at these developments with skepticism due to moral implications, and perhaps at the same time with a degree of concern about whether, to be honest, whether we'll be elbowed out by these technologies. And it was shared during the conference, this question, that what is it that we can do that machines cannot? And I think the students, with their participation and their active engagement in this conference, have implicitly answered this question. So what we can do and LLMs cannot do and will not be able to do in the foreseeable future is that we can ask the questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address and for enriching this valedictory ceremony with your perspective. It is now our pleasure to welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Muhammad Asif Ali Khan, Senior Vice President at Fidelity Information Services. Mr. Khan is a seasoned technology leader with extensive global experience in fintech, real-time payments, digital transformation, blockchain, and AI. He serves as the site lead for the Fidelity Center for Applied Technology in Bengaluru, where he leads global initiatives in real-time payments infrastructure, cloud-based brokerage platforms, blockchain innovation, and AI incubators. He has previously led global consulting teams driving digital transformation for business and operations leaders, leveraging emerging technologies such as AI, NLP, process orchestration, and data analytics. He is also the holder of a US patent for an AI-based solution for automating customer communication. With deep expertise in distributed enterprise systems and financial technology ecosystems, his leadership continues to shape the future of digital finance. We are privileged to have him with us today. We respectfully invite Sir to the dais to address the gathering. Please, sir.
We have a huge round of applause for him.
Thank you so much, and always pleasure to be here in Amity University, partner with the faculty as well as with the students. And first of all, a round of applause to all of you students who are sitting here throughout the day. And the reason being, I know there's a youth fest going on, and you all decided to be here, right? It's not easy this season, and I know it is going to pay off. So thank you for being here throughout the day. I'm sure I learned that there's a youth festival even tomorrow, so I hope you will have some time to go and participate in that. Yeah, because we always believe in fun. Even at a workplace in FIS, we believe that we cannot just always work. We should have a fun, loving, challenging environment where people enjoy it. So go have some fun as well. Yeah, not only work throughout the day. Congratulations to the organizing committee. I think you have really done a tremendous job organizing this event. These events are not happen by chance. It's definitely a result of meticulous planning and a deep execution. So really congratulations. Thank you so much. It's a global event. It's not so easy to make sure that everything goes as planned. And I was noticing that all the sessions were going as planned on the time. So really congratulations for holding this event so successfully. And as far as the Amity is concerned, students are concerned out there. We have partnered with the university. We have done some recruitment drives in past. and they are definitely going to come soon. If we have right skills and the right mindset, right? Because we cannot expect everyone to be the perfect from the day one. But what we want from a student, that you have the zeal, you have the energy, you have that passion for the technology, and you have the right mindset. And believe me, if you have that, companies like us definitely will come, and you will have a great career, right? So wish you all the best, and wish you a great career. And we always say great career start at FIS, right? So we definitely will come and then look forward to have more, more students from the university to onboard with our team. Looking forward for that. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your engaging and forward-looking thoughts. It is my privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Ma'am is a remarkable leader and visionary strategist who has played a pivotal role in shaping the university's remarkable achievements. Her dedication and insightful guidance have provided countless opportunities for students to explore their talents and cultivate innovative thinking on a global scale. Ma'am has sent her best wishes, and we are forever grateful for her support and compassion.
It is an honor to be a part of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, led by our Honorable Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan. Sir is a true visionary and an exemplary leader who sets the highest standards of excellence and service. He is always willing to extend a helping hand and is deeply committed to fostering global citizenship and promoting the power of knowledge. Under his leadership, Amity University has provided numerous platforms for research and innovation, attracting leading researchers and scientists from around the world to share their expertise and showcase their skills. As a result of his guidance and support, dozens of innovations have been patented and remarkable scientific outcomes have been achieved. Sir's strength, dedication, and unwavering commitment to excellence are an inspiration to us all. We thank him for his best wishes and blessings to each one of us on our collective journey ahead.
It is my utmost privilege to introduce our very own respected founder president, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. With his visionary leadership, Amity University has established multiple national and global campuses in major metropolitan areas. Sir's unwavering guidance and has empowered today's youth to shape their own future and has brought Amity University to the pinnacle of success. We are grateful for his best wishes that he has conveyed and his blessings which will guide us on our way ahead. Now, for the most awaited part of the ceremony, we now impart the prizes for the very deserving participants for Tech Genesis. May we have a huge round of applause for them. I now invite the dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward to felicitate our winners. For the most commercially viable winner, we have Ishita Diman, Ishita Dham, Arun Gupta, and Shishri Dwivedi. Project titled Siren, Sensor-Based Indication for Risk and Environmental Notification. Let's all have a huge round of applause for them again, please.
What do you want? Okay. You want? Okay.
One of the team members is not here, so they want the photograph of the team member.
Good. Very good idea.
So, yeah. So please do the honor.
Let's all have a huge round of applause for them.
For the most promising project award, we have Ansh Dhankar, Madhav Kumar Yadav, and Harsh Rao with the project titled Service Source. However, these are not present in this duration, so we'll be awarding them later on.
For the most sustainable innovation, we have Shrestha Singh, Ashish Upadhyay for their project titled Forest Fire Prediction and Detection in Remote Terrains. May we have a huge round of applause for them, please. Let's not stop the applause, everyone.
most environment friendly award, we have Dev Sehrawat, Raghavendra Pratap Singh, Sakshi Kumari, and Amisha Kesri, with the project title IoT driven real time cloudburst prediction using atmospheric sensors and ML.
All the members are here?
Now we also have some gifts to impart for the student participants who dedicated their time and attention to InCITE and played a crucial role in making this event a huge success. We request them to collect their gifts from Dr. Sobia in an orderly fashion before leaving the seminar.
So every participant of this session has got a gift to be given. So please collect it from Dr. Sobia. So when you leave, he'll be giving and presenting you your gift. We'll not be able to give it on stage in this best of time. Okay. So put your hands together for the
We would also like to thank Kailath for being the sponsor for the alumni session held earlier today. Have a huge round of applause for them, please.
At Amity, we take pride in blending the vibrancy of contemporary practices with the richness of timeless traditions. The Tulsi Rabat, for its spiritual and medicinal significance, represents purity, growth, and harmony. As a small token of our appreciation, we would also like to present a memento as a symbol of our respect and gratitude. May I request Professor Dr. Natasha Hasteen ma'am, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, and Professor Dr. K.M. Soni sir to present the sapling and memento to Dr. We have a huge round of applause for them. We would now like to present the memento to Dr. Pendal Office. Let's have a huge round of applause. Now I'd like to present the sapling and memento to Dr. Bloom. With now I'd like to present the sapling to Dr. Sean McLeod, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause for him. We would now like to present the sapling to Dr. Vijay. Let's have a huge round of applause for Sir, everyone.
We request all the dignitaries. As we approach the formal conclusion of this remarkable conference, it is time to express our gratitude to all those who made InCITE 2026 a resounding success. I now invite Dr. Richa Sharma, Organizing Secretary, InCITE 2026, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Akhil. Good evening, everyone. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, honored speakers, respected delegates, faculty members, and my dear students. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, it is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks for valedictory ceremony
of the 5th International Conference on Information Technology, InCITe 2026. At the very outset, I express my profound gratitude to our Honorable Founder President Sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. Honorable Sir, your visionary leadership, unwavering commitment to education, and dedication to nation building continue to inspire generations of Amitians and guide us toward academic excellence. We are deeply grateful to Honorable Chancellor Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for his inspiring leadership and constant encouragement. So your focus on innovation, entrepreneurship, and global vision motivates our students and faculty to create meaningful change across the world. I extend my sincere gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, whose visionary leadership and steadfast encouragement continually inspire and guide us our collective journey. Thank you, ma'am, for your trust, foresight, and enduring support in nurturing this esteemed international platform and advancing its mission of academic excellence. I wish to formally acknowledge my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. K.M. Soni, sir, Deputy Dean, Engineering and Technology, AUP, for his exemplary leadership, unwavering support in guiding this conference to success. I would also like to place on record my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Director Asset, for his leadership in driving this conference towards success. I gratefully acknowledge Professor Dr. Natasha Haseen, ma'am, Deputy Director Academics, Professor and Head, Department of Information Technology, and Journal Chair InCITe 2026 for her guidance, scholarly leadership, and continuous support in advancing the technical excellence and success of this international conference. We also extend our sincere gratitude to Springer Nature, our esteemed publishing partner, for their continued support and valued collaboration in upholding the highest standards of academic excellence and research outreach. We sincerely acknowledge all our academic partners and our supporters, LabCare and industry partners, Fidelity Information Services. Our deep appreciation goes to our valued alumni for enriching this occasion with their presence and for upholding the proud legacy of our institution. My sincere thanks to administration team, security team, media team, and all sports staff for the flawless execution of this event. A heartfelt note of gratitude to the entire organizing committee of InCITe 2026. Your unwavering dedication, collective spirit, and tireless behind the scene effort have made this event truly remarkable and memorable. Ladies and gentlemen, no conference of this magnitude is complete without the enthusiasm of our students. A big round of applause for our students and especially the student volunteers whose energy and commitment and dedication truly embody the spirit of InCITe 2026. With these words, once again, thank you everyone present for gracing this valedictory ceremony. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And just before we wind up, one announcement I have to make is, as per the direction of Honorable Founder President Sir, and this all the session, the conference, all the sessions, all the proceeding of the conference is available in MET YouTube. So all those who want to refer it and they want to know more about it, they can go through it. And because all the sessions, every paper presentation, any keynote addresses, these are of very much important. And as being the student of IT and the computer science, information technology, and artificial intelligence, it is very, very important to go through all the sessions. So this is the information just wanted to share with you. Please view all the sessions whenever, as per your convenience time, to MET Online. Thank you very much. MET YouTube.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey sir, for announcing that. As per the vision of our Honorable Founder President sir, no student should be left out and the opportunity should not be missed by any of the students. So those who have not been able to attend this event today in person because they were busy with youth festival and other events, they are requested to please go to MET YouTube links and watch all the sessions of the conference. I request the program leaders to please share the links in the class groups also, because all the recordings are available and this is for the information of our guests also. So you can go and attend to any of the sessions of the talks that you might have missed. Thank you, Honorable Founder President sir, for giving us and this assignment and this mission that we have to ensure that the opportunity is not lost by any of our students. Thank you so much. And thank you once again to everyone present in this hall, I request all the members of the faculty to please put their hands together for the students who are sitting till the last end, because they have been attending all the sessions of this conference. Thank you to all our esteemed guests. Thank you one and all for being present here, and look forward to meet you in the next edition of InCITe. Thank you.
As the curtains gently draw on InCITe 2026, a special thank you to all my peers for their support today. In the midst of the vibrant celebrations of the Amity Youth Festival, your presence here speaks volumes for your curiosity and commitment. A hip hip hooray to each one of you who chose ideas alongside innovation. These ideas shared here will travel into laboratories, classrooms, industries, and policy rooms. We thank you all once again. Good evening.